We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and welcome in. We're doing HackerFrogs after school today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking, and on YouTube I see Shota says hello. Hello, Shota. Nice to see you here. And I forgot to do a little bit of. I only stay here 10 minutes this Shota. No worries, no worries. Hope you have a good day here. All right, so what are we doing today? So we're doing day 23 and 24 of the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber challenges. And then what are we doing for the second topic? I'm changing these as I go right now because I forgot to do it before the stream started. We're going to be doing more network hacking exercises. So this is going to be the last network hacking exercise we're going to be doing for the network hacking course. We're going to be taking a look at the Lazy Admin room from tryhackme.com. And Abduli, hello, nice to see you here. I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. Let me know how to pronounce your name and I'll pronounce it as best I can. Cypher, I also see you. Hello, nice to see you here. And yeah, so this is going to be TryHackMe Lazy Admin. Okay. And for the third topic, we're going to be doing some web app hacking. Wait, sorry, for the second, yeah. For the third topic, what we're doing is we're going to be doing some web app hacking over at OLICyber. So OLICyber web hacking challenges, we're going to be doing those. And for the fourth topic, we're going to be doing a test drive of the Kaido software. So Kaido is a alternative to Burp Suite, and we're going to be taking a look at that today. So yeah, so first topic is going to be Advent of Cyber. Second topic is going to be Lazy Admin from TryHackMe. Third topic is going to be web hacking over at OLICyber.it, and the fourth topic is going to be the Kaido tool. So let's go ahead and get started. I'll put, let's see, 60 minutes on the clock, and we'll see if we can get all of the Advent of Cyber done in 60 minutes. All right, so we're going to be over here. Whoops, looks like I didn't terminate my attack box. Let me do that right now. Okay, so we're going to be doing some AWS security first. This is day number 23 from Advent of Cyber. Let me go ahead and do my YouTube intro and outro so that we can begin. And you know what? Well, before we start, I'll put on a little bit of music, because why not? Let's put on some of the music from Cyberpunk, and hopefully it doesn't, there's no problems. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for day number 23 from the Advent of Cyber from tryhackme.com, day number 24, and no, day number 23, and this room is called AWS Security S3 Secret Santa. So we're going to be talking about AWS cloud hacking today. Let's go ahead and get started. So for each one of these rooms, we typically have a storyline that we need to keep track of. And let's see, I need to reset my progress. Okay, so we need to go over to task number 1, and we'll read out what's going on in the story. One of our stealthiest infiltrated elves managed to hop their way into Sir Carrotbane's office, and lo and behold, discovered a bundle of cloud credentials just lying around on his desktop like forgotten carrots. The agent suspects these could have been the key to regaining access to TBFC's cloud network. If only the poor hare had the faintest clue what the cloud is, he'd burrow in himself. Let's help the elf utilize these credentials to try and regain access to TBFC's cloud network. So our learning objectives today are: learn the basics of AWS accounts, enumerate the privileges granted to an account from an attacker's perspective, and familiarize yourself with the AWS CLI. So what do we need to do today? We need to connect start up a VM, and we also need to understand that there's split screen available. Okay, so the music's a bit loud. Let me turn that down. Okay, and we just need to click on this button right here, labeled Start Machine, to get started. And Mr. Moist, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Welcome to the stream. So while the attack box, or while the machine is starting up over here, we can get acquainted with what is going on inside of this machine over here. So it says AWS accounts can be accessed programmatically by using a shared access key and secret access key. For this room, both of those will be automatically configured for you. The AWS CLI will look for credentials at home AWS credentials, where you should see something similar to the following. So usually this file over here keeps your two credentials, your AWS access key and your secret access key. So this is what you need to do to get access to the AWS service. So Amazon Secure Token Service allows us to utilize the credentials of a user that we have saved during our AWS CLI configuration. We can use the getCaller identity call to retrieve information about the user we have configured from the AWS CLI. Let's run the following command. So we're going to be able to do this in just a second. Over here from the desktop. So the desktop, we're going to just do like a even split over here because we need to take a look at what's going on in the web page as well as what's going on in the terminal. So the terminal, we're just going to start one up over here in the attack box, and you can use this keyboard, well, this shortcut here or this shortcut here, just click on one of them, and that's going to start up the terminal, which we're going to be using. So I think just to not get in the way of this other stuff, let me resize the window a bit. Just a second. Just want to make sure that this is not getting in the way. Okay, let's make that a little bit smaller. Alright, so we will do this command right over here, AWS STS getCaller identity over in the terminal. AWS STS getCaller identity. Shota says, I finished 11 days in Advent of Cyber yesterday. Did you do them all at once? That's pretty impressive. But there's a lot of good exercises from the Advent of Cyber. Some of them are not as fun, but the important part is to check them all out to figure out which ones are going to give you the most amount of fun education. Okay, so let's go ahead and run the command. So when we run this command, it's going to use the credentials that we were given or that were automatically stored in here. So we see here that our user ID is this, our account number is this, and we also have a username. So the username for our account is Sir_Bane. You can see here under, well, just after the user for the ARN. Okay, so seeing this output, the elves were overjoyed. The credentials work, and it can be seen by the name at the end that belongs to Sir_Bane. The elf can now attempt to regain access to TBFC's cloud network using these credentials. Oh yes, you completed from day 1 to day 11. So that was that's easily like 5 or 6 hours of content. What AI model do you use? Cool guy. Hello, nice to see you here. And I use a combination of Claude for coding stuff and ChatGPT for general purpose. Okay, so we'll answer the questions below. Run AWS STS getCaller identity. What is the number shown for the account parameter? So the account parameter is this number right here. We're just going to copy it, and then we're going to paste it in here. Okay, and we'll move on to the next task. So IAM overview. So Amazon Web Services utilizes the Identity and Access Management IAM service to manage users and their access to various resources, including the actions that can be performed against those resources. Therefore, it is crucial to ensure that the correct access is assigned to each user according to the requirements. Misconfiguring IAM has led to several high-profile security incidents in the past. giving attackers access to resources they were not supposed to. So companies like Toyota, Accenture, and Verizon have been victims of such attacks in the past, often exposing customer data or sensitive documents. Below we will discuss the different aspects of IAM that can lead to sensitive data exposure if misconfigured. Okay, Shota says they need to get going. No worries, Shota. Nice to see you here, and hope to see you next time. IAM users. A user represents a single identity in AWS. Each user has a set of credentials, such as passwords or access keys, that can be used to access resources. Furthermore, permissions can be granted at a user level, defining the level of access a user might have. IAM groups. Multiple users can be combined into a group. This can be done to ease the access management for multiple users. For example, in an organization employing hundreds of thousands of people, there might be a handful of people who need write access to a certain database. Instead of granting access to each individual user, the admin can grant access to a group and add all users who require write access to that group. When a user no longer needs access, they can be removed from the group. IAM roles. An IAM role is a temporary identity that can be assumed by a user, as well as by services or external accounts, to gain certain permissions. Think of Sir Bane and how, depending on the battle ahead, he might need to assume the role of an attacker or a defender. When becoming an attacker, he will get permission to wield his shiny swords, but when assuming the role of a defender, he will instead get permission to carry a shield to better defend King Malhair. Okay, so IAM policies. Access provided to any user, group, or role is controlled through IAM policies. A policy is a JSON document that defines the following. What action is allowed? On which resources? Under which conditions? And for whom? So consider the following hypothetical policy. So we got allows, so the ID is the name of the policy, so the name of the policy is allow specific users read access. Okay, and the principal, the thing that is being affected here is, I think it's a specific user. So the specific user is the Alice user here. And the allowed action is S3 get object. So this is the policy that allows the Alice user to get a specific object. So this policy grants access to the AWS user Alice, the principal, to get an object from the S3 bucket, which is an action, for the S3 bucket named myPrivateBucket, which is a resource. So we'll answer the question over here, which IAM component is used to describe the permissions to be assigned to a user or a group. So these are called policies. Policy. Okay, and we'll move on to task number 3. So enumerating users. Okay, so let's see what we can do with the credentials we got from Sir Bane's office. Since we have already configured them within our environment, we can start interacting with the AWS CLI to find more information. Let's begin by enumerating users. We can do so by running the following command in the terminal. So we can run AWS IAM list users. So we'll just do that over here. AWS IAM list users. Okay, and there's only one user here. It's just the user Sir Bane. Okay, we also have an ARN that is associated with this. So ARNs are big Amazon resource names. They're objects basically within the system. And what else do we need to know? We'll see an output that lists all the users as well as some other useful information such as their creation date. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to enumerate user policies. Policies can be inline or attached. Inline policies are assigned directly to the user or group or role profile and will hence will be deleted if the identity is deleted. These can be considered as hard-coded policies as they are hard-coded into the identity definitions. Hey, Merry Christmas, Yuhan. Nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Attached policies, also called managed policies, can be considered reusable. An attached policy requires only one change in the policy, and every identity that policy is attached to will inherit the change automatically. So let's see what inline policies are assigned to Sir Bane by running the following command. So AWS IAM list user policies username Sir Bane. So we'll just type that in, AWS IAM list user policies, username sir.caretbane. Okay, and then, oh, I misspelled the word caretbane. Okay, let's try that again. And Misadventures and Astro, hello, nice to see you here, and thank you very much for lurking. Okay, so we see there's only one user policy attached to sir.caretbane, and it's this one called sir.caretbane policy. So great, we can see an inline policy in the results. Let's take notes of its name for later. Okay, so maybe sir.caretbane has some policies attached to their account. We can try finding out by running the following command. So it's going to be list attached user policies. So this is the attached user policies as opposed to the inline policies. So it's going to be list attached user policies, and the rest of the command is the same. Okay, there are no attached policies here. So perhaps we can check if sir.caretbane is part of a group. Let's run this command to do that. So it is AWS IAM list groups for user, username sir.caretbane. So we'll just go back up and we'll run list groups for user. Okay. And sir.caretbane is not part of any groups. So it's not part of any group. Let's go back to the inline policy we found for sir.caretbane's account. Let's see what permissions this policy grants by running the following command. Replace policy name with the actual policy name you found. So I think the policy that we found was like sir.caretbane policy, like this. But yeah, let's double check. So this is sir.caretbane policy. So I'm just going to copy, well, I don't think we need to copy it. Let's copy it just for fun. Okay, so AWS IAM get user policy, policy name, and then username is sir.caretbane. So we'll just pull up one of the previous commands, and we're just going to plug in the command get user policy, and then we need to supply the policy name, -- policy -name, and then paste in the name of the policy there. So policy name, sir.caretbane policy, username, sir.caretbane. Okay, after we do that, so it looks like they have quite a few permissions. So they're able to do list users, list groups, list roles, etc., etc., a bunch of different stuff. Looks like sir.caretbane has access to enumerate all kinds of users, groups, roles, and policies, which is the IAM entities. But that is about it. That is not a lot of help getting TBFC's access back. We might need to try something different to do that. If you look carefully, you'll notice that sir.caretbane can perform the STS assume role action. Maybe there's still hope. So let's scroll down. So STS assume role is over here. This is one of the things that sir.caretbane's account can do. So to get out of here, we do :Q to exit. And what are we doing next? So what is the name of the policy attached to sir.caretbane? So this policy is called sir.caretbane policy. And we'll move on to the next task. So the next task is task number 4. Enumerating roles. So the STS assume role action that we previously found allows sir.caretbane to assume roles. Perhaps we can see if there's any interesting ones available. So we can start by listing the existing roles in the account. So we would do this command, AWS IAM list roles. AWS IAM list roles. Okay, and we've got one role over here called the bucket master. So what does the bucket master do? The bucket master can do something to this particular ARN, which is Sir Carrot Bane. And let's see, assume role policy document. I guess this is the user that can assume this role, which is Sir Carrot Bane. And what are they able to do? Well, they're just well, they can assume the role bucket master. It doesn't actually tell you what the bucket master can do, which means we need to enumerate more. So there's a role named bucket master, and it can be assumed by Sir Carrot Bane. Let's find out what policies are attached to this role. Just as users, roles can have inline policies and attached policies. So to check the inline policies, we can run the following command. So let me get out of here, and we'll run this command here. AWS IAM list role policies role name bucket master. Okay, and we'll see what shows up. So they can, so they've got the policy bucket master policy. So we need to find out what's going on there. So there's one policy assigned to the role. Before checking out that policy, let's see if there are any attached policies assigned to the role as well. So we would do the same thing, and we just add on the word attached to the previous command. And it looks like there are no attached policies here. Tufacho, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? And thank you for the Hungry Paimon emote. Thank you. Okay, so it looks like we only have the inline policy assigned. Let's see what permissions we can get from the policy. So we'd run this command over here. AWS IAM get role policy role name bucket master with the policy name bucket master policy. I think everything's spelled correctly. Okay. Oh, everything was not spelled correctly. Okay, we'll do it again. Okay, so the bucket master policy says that the people with the bucket master role can do the action S3 list all my buckets, and you can run it on every resource. As well, you can also do the list buckets action on these two resources here, Easter Secrets and Bunny Website. So you can run the command list buckets. Okay, and let's see, we can also get object. So get object is the command that's used to download files, and we're allowed to do this on the resource Easter Secrets. So Easter Secrets, every file inside of this S3 bucket. So what does that mean? Let's explain it right now. So what do we have here? We can see that the bucket master role can perform 3 different actions. List all my buckets. And Nemax3301, thank you very much for the raiding party of 7. Thank you very much, Nemax. And you know what? Let's give a shout out to Nemax so everybody can follow them. Hold on. There you go. And welcome in, Raiders. My name is the Shy Hat, and I do cybersecurity stuff over here on Twitch. So we're currently doing a Advent event over at the TryHackMe.com website. I talk about cybersecurity and beginner cybersecurity and how to get into cybersecurity. So if you're interested in any of those things, then you're in the right place. Okay, so let's continue. And thank you very much for the raid. Mr. Ahmed, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. So what do we have here? We can see that the bucket master role can perform 3 different actions: list all my buckets, list bucket, and get object on some resources on a service named S3. This might just be the breakthrough we're looking for. More on this service later. So we need to assume this role first, and to gain privileges assigned by the bucket master role, we need to assume it. We can use the AWS STS to obtain the temporary credentials that enable us to assume this role. So we're just going to run this command right here. I'm just going to copy paste this, because it's, yeah. Okay, and then we will paste it into our terminal here. So it is, so this is AWS STS assume role. So role ARN AWS, so bucket master over here. So this is something we need to get from the bucket master role when we looked it up. So the role session name is TBFC. Okay, we give the command, and then we get a list of credentials we can use. So importantly, we're going to need these 3 credentials. So the AWS access key, the secret access key, and the session token. So with these 3 credentials, we can become the bucket master user. So this command will ask STS, the service in charge of the AWS security tokens, to generate a temporary set of credentials to assume the bucket master role. The temporary credentials will be referenced by the session name TBFC. You can set any name you want for this session. So we run the command, we get the credentials here. So the output will provide us some credentials we need to assume this role, specifically access key ID, secret access key, and session token. To be able to use those, we have to run the following commands in the terminal, replacing the exact credentials that you received on running the assume role command. And Monk Lab, nice to see you here. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so we run these 3 commands here. So we get export AWS access key, export AWS secret access key, and export AWS session token. So this is going to set our 3 credentials here. Let me go ahead and oh, I don't want it clear. So we're going to export AWS access key ID. And it's going to be equal to this thing over here. So this one that starts with the word Asia. Okay, we're just going to paste that in, and then we're going to give that command. So the next thing we need to set is export AWS secret access key. And that's going to be equal to this value over here. Let me copy that. And the last thing we need to set is the session token. So export AWS session token. And we're just going to grab the entirety of the session token here. Okay, paste that in, and now we are set. Okay, so once we've done that, we can officially use the permissions granted by the bucket master role. To check if you have correctly assumed the role, you can once again run this command over here. So AWS STS get caller identity. Okay, so we're now the bucket master role. Awesome. All right, everybody, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. So when ads run on Twitch, we need to take a little break because we don't want the people on Twitch to miss out on anything. So while the ads run, I'm going to take a little water break. But in the meantime, you can watch these birds. So these are some of my favorite birds. These are some woodpeckers having some fun. We'll be back in about 50 seconds. I just need to have a little water break. Enjoy the music and the birds. Shellshock Leet, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? That's the TwitchCon hype. TwitchCon hype emote. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, let's put the birds away. We'll get ready to continue our hacking session. So now that we're the bucket master role, we can answer the questions below. So apart from the get object and list bucket commands, what other actions can be taken by assuming the bucket master role? So get bucket and list bucket. So there's one more thing that we could do as the bucket master. Let me see if I can get that policy. Now that we're the bucket master, we can't do that anymore. Hold on. Let's go back up. I think it was inside of here. So it's list buckets, get objects. So the action was called, I think it was called like list all my buckets. Yeah, this one right here. So S3 list all my buckets. Let's try plugging that in as the answer. List all my buckets. Oh, awesome, awesome. That was the answer. Okay, so we'll move on to the next section. So grabbing a file from S3. So yeah, this is the last part of this particular day. What is the S3? So before we continue, we need to know exactly what is S3. So Amazon S3 stands for Simple Storage Service. It is an object storage service provided by Amazon Web Services that can store any type of object, such as images, documents, logs, and backup files. So companies often use S3 to store data for various reasons, such as reference images for their website, documents to be shared with clients, or files to be used by internal services for internal processing. Any object you store in S3 will be put into a bucket. You can think of a bucket as a directory where you can store files, but in the cloud. Okay, let's see what our newly gained access to Sir Carrot Bane's S3 bucket provides us. So listing contents from a bucket. Since our profile has permission to list all buckets, we can list the available S3 buckets by running the following command. So it's going to be AWS S3 API list buckets. Let's do that. Guybrush Threepwood. Wow, that's a great reference. We hack in the North Pole with this one. Yep, that's what we're trying to do. Okay, so the command is AWS S3 API list buckets. Okay, so we have 2 buckets available. So there is Bunny website and there's Easter secrets. So there is one interesting bucket in there that references Easter. Let's check out the contents of this directory. So we can run the following command, AWS S3 API list objects in the bucket Easter secrets 123145. Okay, let's do that. S3 API list objects bucket Easter dash secrets 123145. Okay, so we've got two things inside of the bucket. The first one is something called cloudpassword.txt, and the second thing is groceries.txt. Let me just check to see if there are no other objects. Yeah, there's no other objects. There's just these 2 things. So let's go ahead and get out of here. We can do :Q to exit. So let's copy that file in this directory to our local machine. This might have a secret message. So we're going to download from the Easter Secrets 123145 bucket the cloudpassword.txt file and save it to our local machine as a file called cloudpassword.txt. So we'll just run that command. So it's going to be AWS S3 API get dash object. The bucket will be Easter Secrets 123145, and the key will be cloudpassword.txt. We'll save it to a file called cloudpassword.txt on this machine. Okay, and we managed to successfully do that. We see that we now have the cloudpassword.txt file in our own directory here. So we can read it and answer the question. So THM, more like Sir Cloudbane. So we're just going to copy this and we'll supply this as the final answer in this room and complete the room. Click on check. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for day number 23 from the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber 2025 event. This room was called AWS Security Secret Santa. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs, out! We're not leaving. We're not leaving, everybody. It's just something I have to say when I record my YouTube videos. So this is day number 23, and we're going to do the last day from this particular Advent event, day number 24, starting now. But if you have any questions about any of the stuff that we're doing today, feel free to leave us feel free to leave a comment or a message in the chat, and I'll try to answer your questions as best I can. But otherwise, we'll finish off with this last room from Advent of Cyber 2025. Okay, I think we're good. All right, everybody, this is again walkthrough 4, day number 24 from the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event for 2025. This room is called Exploitation with curl, Operation Exploit. Okay, so Jendo from Twitch asks, how do I start cybersecurity in the coming year? So Jendo, let me know what your previous experience is with cybersecurity, with technology in general, or with programming languages. If you don't have any experience with either of those things, with any of those things, that's fine. Just let me know, and I can better give you some advice. And if you let me know what your situation is, if you're a student, or if you're working currently, that also helps me give you some advice. Okay, so Jendo says, actually I have a little knowledge on web development. Okay, that's great. So yeah, I mean, if you wanted to do web development, I've got some resources over here. So you're a student. Okay, so the first thing I would recommend is take a look at the links from the starter pack over here. So the first 2 links might be a refresher for a bunch of different IT topics. If you find that you've covered this stuff before, you can feel free to skip it. The third link is for computer networking stuff. You're going to need to know a certain amount about computer networking to be able to do technical hacking stuff. And the last one is for easy cybersecurity challenges. These are called CTF challenges, and you can give those a shot as well. If you're looking to get into web app security stuff in general, I've got some educational resources over at the HackerFrogs GitHub. So let's see. So web app hacking over here. You might want to give this a look as well. But let me get back to my walkthrough here. All right, so the first thing you want to do after you've joined the room is you want to, hold on, I need to reset my progress. You want to go down to task number 1. And what we're going to do is we're going to read the story that's going along with this storyline over here. Jendo, no worries. I'm always here to help people out, especially people who are looking to get into cybersecurity stuff. All right, so according to the blue team intel, the wormhole is held open by a control panel on the Evil Bunny's web server. The team must shut it down first to cut off reinforcements before facing King Melhair. So, however, the terminal they have is bare, no burp suite, no browser, just a command prompt. But that's fine. The team will use the command line in curl to speak HTTP directly, send requests, read responses, and find the endpoints that shut the portal. So today what we're going to do is this. Understand what HTTP requests and responses are at a high level. Use curl to make basic requests using get, and view raw responses in the terminal. Send post requests with curl to submit data to endpoints, and work with cookies and sessions in curl to maintain login state across requests. So we need to do the following 2 things today. We need to start the attack box, and we need to start up a VM. So with that being said, we're going to scroll down, and we're going to click on both of these buttons over here to start up the 2 machines we need to use to complete the exercise. Okay. Mava, hello, nice to see you here. I know Python, but I really want to start creating hacking software. hacking software. Well, I mean, the first thing you want to do is you could try creating some scripts inside of Python. The first thing I'd like to ask is how well do you know Python? Because I've got some good Python education resources as well over in the programming section over here. So what I would do if you wanted to learn how to create hacking tools is the first thing that you would do is you would learn how to use Python very well, and then you can use Python to do a lot of automation. That could be something you could try out first. Okay, let's get back to the room. Okay, so click on this button, and that's going to start up the virtual machines that we need to use to complete this exercise. So while the machines are loading up, we'll just answer some questions over here. So we'll just click on this checkbox. I've successfully started the attack box and the target machine. Check. And then we'll move on to task number 2. So in task number 2, we're going to be doing HTTP requests using curl. So applications like our browsers communicate with servers using HTTP, which is Hypertext Transfer Protocol. Think of HTTP as the language for asking a server for resources, so pages, images, JSON data, and getting answers back. So if you want to access a website, your browser sends an HTTP request to a web server. If the request is valid, the server replies with an HTTP response that contains the data needed to display the website. In the absence of a browser, you can still speak HTTP directly from the command line. The simplest way is with curl. So Sandevice says, "Sup, hello Sandevice, nice to see you here." And Jendo says, "I'm not into Python yet. I had some pointers from my seniors telling me to master web development in AWS before going into cybersecurity, so I'm currently learning JavaScript." Oh, okay. I mean, I'd say that you do need to know some basics of JavaScript to better understand web application security. You don't need to be very deep into JavaScript. And I think Python will help you out a lot when you're learning about web app security stuff. Sandevice says, "Just stepping in to say Merry Christmas." Merry Christmas to you, Sandevice. In case we out over here. Okay, no worries. Yeah, so it's currently Christmas Eve where I am, and but a lot of people in Europe, it's already Christmas, and especially in Asia. Yeah. Okay, so curl is a command line tool for crafting HTTP requests and viewing raw responses. It's ideal when you need precision or when GUI tools aren't available. So trying out curl. So once you have the attack box ready, open a command prompt and run the following command below. So curl and then this IP address. So the IP address is the IP address for the target machine. And we're just going to give this a try. I'm just going to copy this. And we're going to go into our attack box. And we're going to open up a terminal. So the terminal shortcut is over here. We can double click it. And it's going to open up a terminal soon, hopefully. Okay, so let me resize this a little bit. Just so everything looks okay, and we'll shrink this down a little bit too. Okay, so we're running this command here, curl HTTP 10.66.163.165. Okay, it says, "Welcome to the curl practice server. Try sending a post request to post.php." So what happens after running the command is that curl sends an HTTP GET request for the site's homepage. An HTTP response is received containing the body, which is then printed to the terminal. Because this is a terminal, instead of rendering a web page, what you'll see is the text representation of the page in HTML. Okay, Aaron Morales asks, what about reverse engineering and malware analysis? Do I need to start as a SOC analyst first? So if you're aiming to eventually get into reverse engineering and malware analysis, you don't necessarily need to work as a SOC analyst because they're kind of unrelated roles in cybersecurity. But if you wanted to get into reverse engineering and malware analysis, I've got some education resources for those too. So the first thing would be reverse engineering over here. Of course, if you want to do reverse engineering, you should learn about assembly language. So we've got some assembly language courses here, and we also have some resources for learning C. So C plus x86 assembly language is a good combination to learn if you want to get into reverse engineering. So you can access that from over here. And C Kalanjaro says, Merry Christmas. Why are we still here? Nothing keeping us from learning and hacking. Well, I mean, if you've got some time to watch the live stream, I'm happy. If you need to go and do Christmas stuff with your family, that is perfectly okay, because we endorse spending time with our family during the holidays. Anyways, let's continue. So sending post requests. So suppose you found a login form whose post target is /post.php. When you log in through a browser, it sends a post request to the server containing the credentials you entered. We can simulate this directly from the terminal. So a normal login form submission might look like this. So it's got this right here. Let me copy this, and let's take a look in our text editor. Okay, so this curl command has a bunch of different parameters, and we'll just take a look at them one by one. So the first part is the command itself. The second part is to make a post request, so $X. And thank you very much, Mahmood. Mahmood, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. And the next one is the data that we're going to send through the post request. In this case, it is username, user, and password, user. And we're sending it to this endpoint over here. So it's the IP address here, as well as the post.php endpoint. So we can send this post request in, where are we? Here. Just paste this in, give the command, and it says invalid credentials. So we need to figure out what the valid credentials are before we can log into the web page using curl. So here's what's happening. So xpost tells curl to use the post method. -d defines the data we're sending in the body of the request, and the data will be sent in URL encoded format, which is the same format that the HTML forms use. So if the application expects additional fields like a login button or a CSRF token, they can be included too. So we can also include, where is it? Okay, let me just copy this, and we'll talk about it in our text editor here. Okay, so this is curl xpost. So the only thing that's really different here is the data that we're sending. So we're sending username and password and submit login. So if they need any additional parameters, we can supply these parameters inside of curl. So Cypher asks, is this the final AOC room? This is the final AOC room. That's correct. Well, at least it should be. I don't think there's anything happening tomorrow. Okay, so let's go back. So to view exactly what the server returns, including the headers and potential redirects, add the -i flag. So we'll just run the previous command we did and just add -i to the end of it. So we got some headers. So these headers are what we send to the server. So the date header here, oh, this is the response. So this is what comes back from the server. So the date, the server, the content length, and the content type. So if the site responds with a set cookie header, that's a good sign. It means you've successfully logged in, or at least triggered a session. Using sessions and cookies. So once you log in, web applications use cookies to keep your session active. When you make another request with your browser, the cookie gets sent automatically, but with curl, you need to handle this yourself. So you can do this in 2 steps. Step 1, save the cookies. So when we send this request, let's talk about what's happening here. Okay, so this curl request it's very similar to the previous curl request, except it's also using cookies. So the cookies that it's using are inside of a file called cookies.txt. So the C option writes any cookies received from the server into a file called cookies.txt in this case. You'll often see a session cookie like php session ID equals something something. Okay, step 2 is to reuse the saved cookies. Oh, okay. I got it wrong. So this is the -C is to save cookies to a file. So -C saves cookies to a file called cookies.txt. And to use the cookies, we need to use this other option over here. So the -B option tells curl to send the saved cookies in the next request, just like a browser would. This is exactly how session replay testing works, by replaying valid cookies in a separate request. So we're going to be doing some automated login and performing brute force using curl. So now that we can post requests and manage sessions, it's time to automate things. Let's simulate a brute force attack against a weak login form. We're going to start by creating a file called passwords.txt and place the following passwords inside of it. So if we've got a list of passwords here, and what we're going to do is we're just going to create a file inside of our terminal with these passwords. We're just going to use nano to create passwords.txt, and then we're going to paste in the passwords. So we're going to save that out with the Control X, and then Y, and then enter. And now we've got a list of passwords. Then we're going to create a simple bash loop called loop.sh to try each password against the bruteforce.php endpoint and copy paste the following code inside of it. Okay, so we got some code that we're going to be using for our shell script. So highlight all the code in here and then copy it, and then we're going to put it into the clipboard here. After we've done that, we can create a file called loop.sh, and we can paste in the code. So what this code is doing is, this is shell script. So shell script is basically a bunch of bash instructions that can be used with Linux. So for pass in cat passwords.txt, do something. So the loop is going to do something for each password inside of the file passwords.txt. So it's going to echo it a message, and then it's going to set a variable called response. So Mava says, can I join the community? I'm in India, can you help me? I mean, yeah, you can join the community. You can either join we've got a Reddit, and you can see all our schedules and stuff over there. You can also see you can also join the Discord over here at this link. So the response variable is the result of running this command. So curl-s post request with username admin and password equals pass. And yeah, so it's going to run a curl command, and then it's going to check if the word welcome is in the response. If it is, then it's going to echo out this message over here, password found, and then the password that was the correct one, and then it's going to break the loop. So we can save out this file. And Mava asks, what about payment? It's free. We don't we don't charge people to be part of the community. So yeah, you can you don't need to pay us. We like to help people try to get into cybersecurity as best we can. Okay, let's go ahead and so the thing that we need to do to this particular shell script before we can run it is we need to make it executable. So we'll notice if we take a look at the permissions that this file over here, we cannot execute it. And we need to make it executable with this command over here called chmod. So we do chmod plus executable on loop.sh, and then we can run the file. So we do /loop.sh. Okay, so we tried all the passwords in the list. We tried this one, this one, this one, and we managed to find a successful password. So the successful password is secret pass. Okay, and so this is explaining what's going on inside the script. I went over that. So this exact method underpins tools like Hydra and Burp Intruder and wfuzz. By doing it manually, you understand what's happening under the hood. A repetitive HTTP post request with variable data, waiting for a different response. Okay, Mava. No, you don't need to pay anything. Oh, you mean membership? Well, I mean, I suppose you could become a member of my YouTube channel if you want to, but it's entirely optional. It's entirely optional, and you can watch all of the videos and ask for advice on the Discord channel, and it's completely free. Okay, so we're bypassing user agent checks. So some applications block curl by checking the user agent header. For example, some servers may reject requests with user agent curl/7 point something something. So when we use curl, we always leave like a signature. So the signature is the user agent header, and it tells the browser, or the server rather, what kind of device is making the request. In this case, it's curl version 7, but we sometimes we need to bypass this. And in this case, we can send a different user agent by using this flag over here in curl, the $A flag. So what do they want us to do? So they want us to send a request to uacheck.php. So let me just get this command. Okay, and then let me show you what happens if we send this without a custom user agent. So if we just send this command to the endpoint uacheck, it says blocked. Only internal computer user agents are allowed. So this tells us that we need to change our user agent. And let's see. Azaria, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? We've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so we need to take a little break to wait for the ads to pass. But in the meantime, why don't you watch these birds? So these are my favorite birds. And we'll be back in about 60 seconds. But while the ads run, enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. We'll be back in about 50 seconds. Okay, we'll put the birds away and we'll get back to the hacking. Okay, so like I said, the user agent basically lets the server know what kind of device is being used to communicate with it. In most cases, you're using the web browser to communicate with a web server, so it usually gets a user agent like Google Chrome or Firefox. They've got their own user agent headers. But in this case, we need to supply a custom user agent header that is called internal computer. So we just give this command here, and we get this message here, welcome internal computer, instead of blocked, only internal computer user agent is allowed. Okay, so we've got our bonus mission. This section is optional, applies only to the final bonus question. The instructions in this section do not apply to the regular questions. So we're going to skip the bonus mission for the walkthrough. But if you're interested in checking this out, it's a slightly more advanced topic. We're just going to answer the questions below. So make a post request to the post endpoint with the username admin and the password admin. What's the flag that you receive? So we're just going to go back to our curl command, where we're making a post request here. So make a post request to the post endpoint. We're doing that over here. Username admin and password admin. So we're just going to edit the data that we're sending. So the username is admin and the password is admin. Okay, when we send that request, we get a flag. So it says login successful, THM curl post success. Just going to copy this. Belltown Wildlife, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, post this in. And that's that question done. Okay, we've got the next question. Make a request to the cookie.php endpoint with the username admin and the password admin and save the cookie. Reuse that saved cookie at the same endpoint. What is the flag that you receive? So this is going to be just like what we did before when we sent a custom cookie. Well, actually, no, we're not sending a custom cookie. We're sending a post request. Okay, so we send the post request to the cookie endpoint. So we need to change our endpoint here from post.php to cookie.php. Cookie.php. And after we do that, we see that we've received a cookie over here. So set cookie is equal to PHP session ID, this thing right here. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to copy this and we're going to send it in our next request. We'll run the same command, but we're not going to send it as a post request, and we're not going to include any data. But what we're going to include is we're going to include the cookie value. So to include a cookie with your curl request, it's -b, and then the value of your cookie. So we're just going to send this request as a GET request with the cookie, and we get a flag. So THM session cookie master. So we're just going to copy this and use it to answer the question here. And then we're going to go to the next question. So it says, after doing a brute force on the /brute force endpoint, what is the password of the admin user? So to get this answer, we can just run the loop.sh script again. And we find out that the correct password is secret pass. And that's the answer for this question. Okay, and then make a request to the /agent PHP endpoint with the user agent tbfc. What's the flag that you receive? Okay, so we'll just run a curl command to /agent over here. So we'll just change out the endpoint to agent.php, and we need to include a custom user agent. So in curl it's -A, and it's going to be tbfc. So the command looks like this, curl -a tbfc, and then the then the domain. Okay, and the URL. And we get this flag here. So THM user agent filter bypass. Copy it. Paste it in. Okay, so the bonus question is, can you solve the final mission and get the flag? We might come back to this, but for now, all we need to do is click on the check. And then we can go to the conclusion. So this is the end of the Advent event. And this is how the narration goes. So the final battle commences. With the wormhole closed, King Malheur no longer has access to his reinforcements. McSkitty looked to her fellow Wereville town members. The king would only be vulnerable for a moment. The time to strike was now. Charge! McSkitty exclaimed. McSkitty and the town people of Wereville began unloading a barrage of snowballs on the King Bunny's battalion. They quickly returned fire with egg projectiles. The skyline became a blur of snowballs and eggs. And McSkitty used this moment of chaos to sneak into King Malheur's throne room. Just as McSkitty was about to gain entry, a voice stopped her. Not so fast, giggled Sir Carrotbane. He slowly approached McSkitty, who suddenly felt underprepared. Just when she thought she was out of luck, Sir Breachblocker III stepped in front of her. Go, he simply said. What are you doing? Sir Carrotbane stuttered. What I should have done a long time ago. What's right? Sir Breachblocker III slammed his shield into the snow and drew his sword. Go, he shouted, turning to McSkitty. The end of the road. McSkitty seized the moment and ran to the king's throne room, where she found King Malheur throwing a tantrum. Where are my reinforcements? They're not coming, Malheur, McSkitty affirmed. It's over. Wereville is ours. Now let's see how you like being a captive. Now. As she shouted, 2 Wereville town members sprang a cage on the king. It was over. Thanks in large part to your efforts, McSkitty had been freed, and King Malheur had finally been stopped. Wereville was safe once again. The king was dethroned and sent to Hopsec prison along with his co-conspirator, Sir Carrotbane. Sir Breachblocker III was pardoned for his part in stopping the king's tyrannical plan and later became King Breachblocker. Congratulations on finishing Advent of Cyber and saving the day. From all of us at TryHackMe, have a Merry Sockmas and a Hoppy New Year. So you just need to click on this button to complete the entire event. I have just completed Advent of Cyber 2025. Alright everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for day number 24 from the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event for 2025. This room was called Exploitation with Curl, Operation Exploit. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons in the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs, out. Okay, like I said before, I'm not leaving. Just have to say that for the YouTube videos. Sir Inferhat, hello, nice to see you here. Bedtime story, congrats. Thank you very much. Let's see. Jason says just skip the story. I mean, I've got to record videos for YouTube. That's why I'm doing the narration here. Okay, Jason says I want to do Advent event for the prizes. This year's AOC was a bit too easy. I mean, the Advent event is mainly a way for people for beginners to get into different types of topics inside of cybersecurity. It's not designed to be super difficult. That's what the side quests are for. But let me point out the side quest now. So in the event, hold on, let me pull it up. So there's a number of side quests. If you're looking for a challenge, then you definitely want to check these out. So we've got, let's see, so we've got Breach Blocker Unlocker. We've got Carrot Bane of My Existence. We've got, and there are 2 others as well. So there is Scheme Catcher, and there is, what's the first one? The first one was called The Great Disappearing Act. So if you want a challenge, you can try those out. Anyways, let's move on to the next topic of today's stream. So the next topic is... Ooh, I forgot to set the topics. Okay, topic 1 is done anyways. So topic 2 is here, topic 3 is on deck. Okay, we're going to be doing HackerFrogs network hacking extra number 2. So extra number 2, we're going to be doing this room from TryHackMe. It's called Lazy Admin. So this is going to be, I've done this room before, but I don't quite remember what the exact steps were. So I'm going to try to walk you through the exercise here. And let's see. So for this room, you definitely want to, well, you can use the attack box if you don't have your own Kali Linux machine, but if you do, you can use the TryHackMe, what is it called, VPN key to gain access to the network. Okay, so the first thing you want to do in task 1 is you want to start the machine, and I'm just going to reset my progress in the room so that we can plug in our flags later. So this is a supplemental exercise for our HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking course, and we're just going to be demonstrating how to do one of these easy exercises for network hacking. So inside of the attack box, we can go down to this button over here, which is labeled View in Full Screen. To get full screen access to the virtual machine inside of TryHackMe. What I should do is I should probably demonstrate how to get access to this machine in the first place. So let me do that. Okay, so to get access to the attack box, you scroll up to the top of the room, and there's a button labeled Start Attack Box. So when you click on this, it'll start up a virtual machine that you can use to attack the Lazy Admin machine. The Lazy Admin machine we can activate in task number 1 over here. And Matthew, hello, nice to see you here. Merry Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas Eve or Christmas, wherever you are. If you celebrate it, if you do not, then happy holidays. Okay, so we've already got our IP address here, and we're going to be using this IP address to attack the machine. So the goal of network hacking exercises is to attack a remote server and try to take it over. And I'll show you how to do that right after our attack box finishes initializing. So in the meantime, if anybody has any good jokes you want to share, leave them in the chat, especially if they have to do with programming or tech stuff. I love those jokes. So I'm just going to copy the IP address here. We're going to need this IP address once we start the room, because if you can't locate the machine on the network, you can't hack against it, unfortunately. So if anybody's wondering about this course that we did over at HackerFrogs, so we've got a few different courses over at HackerFrogs, stuff like Linux operations, programming, web app hacking, digital forensics. This course that we're doing right now is for network hacking. Well, we finished the network hacking course, and now we're doing a demonstration of how we can use these skills. Okay, and yeah, so in the attack box, we can click into it, and then we can dismiss this terminal here by hitting the Enter key. So the other thing we need to do is we need to make the attack box full screen so that we don't have this cramped interface. We can go to the center of the screen here, down to the bottom, and we can click on this button over here, labeled View in Full Screen. This is going to put the virtual machine in a separate browser tab, which is definitely a lot more comfortable than using half of the tab. Okay, so from here we're going to open up a terminal so that we can interact with the remote machine. So the terminal shortcuts are here and over here. Just click on one of those. And then we can run a ping command. So run the ping command C4 for 4 packets, and we're going to send it to the IP address. So the IP address for us is 10.66.182.242. So if you're doing your own, if you're following along, your IP address and my IP address are probably not going to be the same. You need to check by going up to the top of the room and checking out the IP address under target machine information over here. So we'll just get out of here, and then we'll run the command. So we can communicate with the machine. We have 4 transmitted packets, 0% packet loss, which means that we can communicate with the machine. So the next thing we want to do is we want to run a port scan. So Nmap is the tool that we use. And the Nmap command is going to let us know what ports and services are available inside of this on the server. And we're also going to get some versioning information as well. So the command looks like this. Depending on how you run your Nmap command, you're going to get some different output. But this is the one that I run. Okay, so the Nmap command is going to run very fast, so -T4. It's going to scan all the ports, which is this option right here, -P-. It's going to give us very verbose output, which is very important when we're doing long scans. This lets us see output before the scan is finished. If you don't use this flag, then you're not going to see anything until the scan is finished, which could take a really long time. And the last flag we give is the versioning flag, which gives us the software version of whatever services that we find. So what did we find? We found 2 ports. So there's port 22 and port 80 available on the server. Port 22 is the remote login service, SSH, and it gives us a version number for the software that's being used, OpenSSH 7.2 P2. And we also see, oh, I forgot to set my time limit for this. Let's do 60 minutes. Okay. Okay, we've also have port 80, and port 80 is unencrypted web pages. So encrypted web pages are HTTPS, and unencrypted web pages are HTTP without the S. So we also see what kind of web server software is being used to run the server. So this is Apache version 2.4.12, 1.8 rather. So that's all we got. So what we need to do is we need to do some enumeration against the services that we know about. We only know about these 2 services. Generally, we're gonna leave SSH alone unless we have a reason to interact with it. Most of the time, the SSH service is not vulnerable in and of itself, unless the version of the software being used to run it is very, very outdated. So instead, we're going to check out port 80. So there are a number of different tools we can use to attack port 80. We can do a directory busting attack. And by directory busting, we mean trying to find out what endpoints and directories exist on the web server. So you can run dirb on HTTP our IP address right here. And it's going to let us know about some common directories. So we found some stuff. So we found index.html, server status, a directory called content, and some other subdirectories in here. And we also found another index for the content directory, so index.php, and then a bunch of other subdirectories as well. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're just going to check out what is on the website, and we can do that through our web browser. So inside of the attack box, we've got another web browser, and we can open up the attack box's web browser. We can't use our own web browser. We need to use the one inside of the attack box, because only the attack box is actually connected to the TryHackMe network. Okay, so we're just going to go in here, and we're going to paste in the IP address, and we're going to put http:// :// in front of it. And then we can access this web page. So the web page here it's an Ubuntu default page. So most of the time, these default pages don't show you very much. But sometimes there are some hidden messages in the comments. So we'll just check out the comments. So this is inside of the web page source code. And we're just going to scan the source code to see if there are any hidden secrets in here. It's going to go down. Okay, I don't think. Let's scroll down to the bottom. So the other way we could do this is we could check out the index page here by using the curl command. So we were just using the curl command earlier. And yeah, it doesn't look like there's any secrets hiding out in here. But if you remember, there were a bunch of other subdirectories as well that we found. So let's scroll up. So we found a directory called content, and I think the actual web page is inside of this content directory. Let's check it out. So we're just going to manually navigate over to content. Okay, so it says, "Welcome to Sweet Rice. Thank you for installing Sweet Rice as your website management system. So this website is building now. Please come again later." Okay, so if you're a webmaster, please go to Dashboard General Website Setting. And so anytime we see there is another piece of software being used by the website, and in this case, Sweet Rice is a content management system. Think of it like a management app that can be used to create blogs and other web pages. And we're just going to search for potential vulnerabilities with Sweet Rice. Hold on. Go down to our terminal. We're going to search Sweet Rice. Okay, so we've got a bunch of different vulnerabilities for Sweet Rice. Unfortunately, we don't know what version of Sweet Rice is being used. If we knew which version was being used, we could probably pick out one of these hacks, or one of these one of these scripts to potentially attack this. So what we can try to do is we can try to find out what version of Sweet Rice is being used. So where's the web page? Okay, let's take a look at the version that's being used. So it might be in the comments. Yeah, I don't think it is. Oh, okay. There's another Sweet Rice file in here as well. So this JavaScript file. So this file might have the version number inside of it. So I'm just going to click on it. So Sweet Rice dashboard core since 0.54. So 0.54 might be the version being used. Let's just take a look at some of this code. So we've got a potential version that is being used. 5.4, huh? Okay, let's take a look here. So we got 5.3. So we got a remote file inclusion vulnerability. We could also search for a potential vulnerability for 5.4. So 0.54. Let's go ahead and do that. .5.4. Okay, multiple PHP remote file inclusion vulnerabilities. I think remote file inclusion was also the vulnerability in here. So if we find an entry that we want to investigate using the search tool here, we would run the same search tool with the -m and whatever number that is associated with it over here. So in this case, it's 10246. Okay, and from here we can just read the file. So what does it say? So remote file inclusion vulnerability. So the script is here. Vulnerability is .sweetrice plugin subscriber. And what we're doing is, so server plugin subscriber inc post.php root directory equals attacker shell.txt. Okay, so this could be used for remote file inclusion. So remote file inclusion means that the application will use whatever file that you supply to it, which is very dangerous, of course. And so we're gonna see if this directory exists. So it is going to be this endpoint here. Let's copy it. Then we go over to the website, and we're just going to paste in this endpoint to see if it exists. So this endpoint was not found. And D. Daver, hello, nice to see you here on Twitch. Welcome in. So we need to make sure that this plugin directory exists, because this is the path. The plugin directory exists. We got app. We've got tinymce. What was the path? So plugin subscriber inc post.php. So we've got plugin. We don't have the subscriber directory though. Plugin app. Plugin app is empty. Okay. We got tinymce. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Believe. Thank you. And Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. So we got tinymce. Also don't have content. So there's no content in... So the app directory doesn't have anything in here. But we don't... This is probably something like index.php. This is index.php. Okay, so what is something else we can take a look at? So there was something about... So sweetrice 054. Usually what I like to do is I like to look for GitHub repositories that might have potential hacks for this. A write-up room for Lazy Admin from TryHackMe. Okay. So sweetrice, we got sweetrice web shell plugin for RCE. Okay, so plugin web shell. So let's take a look at this article. There's a lot of write-ups for this room apparently. Okay, so a web shell plugin for sweetrice. You need to have credentials of the admin account on the sweetrice website. Okay, so in the vulnerability, bit says, in the vulnerability reported path, the content does not appear in the link. So content is the base level directory of the application. So where am I? Over here. So it's looking for a sweetrice. So the sweetrice directory is actually the content directory. So we did find the plugin directory, but we need to... I guess another thing we could do is... We could see if any of these... if there's a post.php for any of the plugins. Let's check it out. So TinyMCE. Well, we got different plugins for this as well. So subscriber inc post. Oh, okay. So this does exist. So the inc directory for the app exists, and I don't see like a post endpoint, but one of these others might be what we're looking for. Home.php, main.php, nav.php. The other thing we could do is we could see if there's any credentials. Actually, there are no credentials lying around in the content directory. So there was also like an admin endpoint, I think. So no. Is it admin.php or login.php? There's got to be some endpoint where we can log in though. Okay, let me see if I can look it up real quick. So Sweet Rice CMS login endpoint. Okay, so let's see. The default login endpoint for Sweet Rice CMS administration panel, typically located at the relative path AS. So content AS. Let's see if this works. Okay, so Sweet Rice login is here. Cool. Okay, let's do admin. Okay, that wasn't that wasn't it. Okay, let's see if there's anything left behind on the page here. Whoa, what? We have some functions. So some JavaScript functions. Did they give us any clues? Yeah, I don't think this is what we're looking for. The other thing we could do is we could try looking for some default passwords for Sweet Rice. So admin password. Admin didn't work. Admin password didn't work. Admin root. The other thing we could do is we could start Googling around. So Sweet Rice CMS default credentials. And there's another thing here that says password reset feature before 6.71 allows remote attackers to modify the administrator's password. I mean, we can go ahead and take a look at this. Remote attackers modify the administrator's password by specifying the administrator's email address in the email parameter. I mean, the problem here is that we don't know the administrator user's password, or we don't know the administrator user's email address. But we can go back. We have one attack that we could do, but it requires the credentials for the admin account. And then we start creating our own plugins. Okay, so let's take a look at the other attacks that we have inside of here. So this one is remote file inclusion. We have multiple vulnerabilities for SweetRice 6.7. So 6.7 is a later version. It might be vulnerable to the same stuff. So let's try checking it out. What was that number? The number is 15413. Okay, so we've got some vulnerabilities here. So we've got a logic error. Vulnerability exists due to the failure in index.php scripts to properly sanitize user-supplied input. Attacker can change the admin password. Okay, Tweaking Productions. Hello, nice to see you here. Why aren't you spending time with your family? It's Christmas Eve, where I am. It's not Christmas Day. I'll be spending time with my family on Christmas Day. Tweaking Productions, is it Christmas Day where you are? Okay, so is the screen blurry to anybody else? I think that might be on your end. Well, Tweaking Productions 420. If you need to be with your family, I'm not going to stop you from spending time with your family. Okay, so attackers can change the admin password. The following POC is available. So it's what? So type password and mog reset OK method post. So So the problem is that we need to have the administrator's email to do this. We can try looking around for the email. So, I mean, to everybody who's watching, if you need to be with your family during the holidays, then please be with your family. But if you have time to stay and to, you know, and to and to, you know, stay with me and cover this hack and stuff, then you're very welcome to. So whatever you want. Okay, so what else do we have here? We also have a SQL injection. So the problem is, let's see, attacker can alter queries to the application SQL database and execute arbitrary queries. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to scan around to see if we can find the email address for the administrator. If we can find it, then we might be able to reset the thing. So let's see. So we got functions.js and dashboard.js. We got our content. I suppose we could just look for the @ symbol. There's no @ symbol at all in the source code. That's fine. So there's also forgot password over here. Please put your administrator's email. So, I mean, what could this be? Admin @lazyadmin.thm. This is just a guess. Okay, wrong email. So this email doesn't exist. The other thing we could do is we could take a look at the what's going on inside of the take a look at what's going on in the SSH service. So we'll try root at SSH to see if there's any sort of message that's given when we try to connect with SSH. But apparently there is none. Okay, that's fine. So we don't have very much to go on. Let me see if we can get like a hint or something from the room. So the only thing that says here is lazy admin. Have some fun. There might be multiple ways to get user access. What's the first flag? What's the second flag? We don't know. Okay. So the other thing we could do is, well, we actually know what's inside of that plugin directory. So the plugin directory was our first indication as to like a potential attack. And we managed to find a couple of plugins. What about Sweet Rice plugin TinyMCE? Sweet Rice plugin TinyMCE attack. Okay, so cross-site scripting is nice, but it's not necessarily going to get us. It's not necessarily going to get us remote code execution, unfortunately. So we have arbitrary file download. But this is for a later version. So the thing is that like if we've got a really early version of a piece of software, it might be vulnerable to later version vulnerabilities. Arbitrary file download doesn't seem very useful to us though. So there's arbitrary file upload, and while arbitrary file upload is probably a lot more useful to us than arbitrary file download. So let's take a look at this. So there's a Python script here. Get host and user and pass and file name. So we need a username and password in order to do this attack. Here's the thing, I don't think we can sign up for the application. I guess we could so in the app there was like let me take a look at that first text file here. So scripts, something, then include. Scripts and then something. I guess we can use the app one and we can try the inc one here as well. Okay, so we've got. I think we've taken a look at this before, haven't we? So what we need is we need some sort of form here that we can scan for file inclusion. Let me just get the whole list. So here's the list of potential pages we could try to attack. So this might be completely off base, I'm not sure. We'll just call this pages. And these are the pages that we could potentially attack. So which one of these pages is potentially going to be vulnerable to remote file inclusion? I guess we could check out home or main. Home, main, menu, nav. Maybe nav. Nav.php seems like something that could take in like a file name. So we would database? Maybe database as well. Serpentor, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, let's start up Burp Suite. I don't really like using Burp Suite inside of the attack box, but it is an option. And if we're going to be doing some FFUF attacks, actually, we probably don't need to do an FFUF attack if we can guess. So it's nav.php. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, Serpentor. Nice to see you here. Okay, so root dir equals something something, or like page equals something something. Okay, so we'll go over here, we'll set up our Burp Suite browser. So browser running, let's set up all this stuff. And then we can go over to the proxy, and then we can turn intercept off because intercept on is not great. And then we'll start up our burp browser. So we can also go to the regular old browser and grab the URL. Then go over to the burp browser. Okay, I think the page was called nav.php. Okay, so we've got this here. Let's just pretend that we're just going to use the same parameter. So it's like root dir. Okay, well, this looks like it didn't work. But if we're just going to be fuzzing for URL parameters, I think this is just fine. We don't necessarily need to do this through Burp Suite. Okay, Relaxing Cinema. Hello, nice to see you here. Just installed Kali Linux and on a VM. What would you recommend to start with the journey of hacking? So you got your Kali VM, and it is ready to go. The journey of hacking. Now that you've got your Kali VM, I think, well, TryHackMe is a pretty good place to start. The other thing you could do is you could try installing Docker, and then you can try doing some of the challenges from Docker Labs. So Docker Labs is it's a Spanish website that has a bunch of vulnerable Docker containers. And if you can deploy the Docker containers to your own machine, then you can probably do a lot of really fun hacking. I have a playlist for Docker Labs as well. Let me get you that playlist. So Docker Labs challenges. Okay, let me copy that. And if you go over to the playlists, I think you want to go to the very easy level challenges at the bottom of the list. I'm pretty sure the first challenge there, I teach people how to start up the Docker containers. But the first thing you need to do is install Docker on your machine first, because it's not installed on Kali Linux by default. What were we doing? Yeah. Okay, so let's try ffuf. So the URL is this. And we need to find a list of URL parameters that we can get, that we can test. So new tab. Relax and Cinema says, is it good if I started to read the offset courses that Kali Linux offers? I mean, you could. It's not necessarily, well, I mean, I'm not sure if it's the best first step to take. Let's see, locate sec lists. There's no sec lists on here? Really? Locate parameters. Locate parameters, grep URL. So let's see, we got URL encoded parameters, we got registry stuff. Hot Combo, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Thank you for the advice. I'm a continue watching your live. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I mean, if you need to go off and do activities with your family, that is completely fine as well. But Hot Combo, nice to see you here. What is up? Let's give you a fun redeem. How about some Hack the Planet? And thank you very much, Kamurai, for the follow on Twitch. There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Jason IT Solution, nice to see you here. I'm just trying to figure out where I can find my parameter lists on the attack box. Maybe they don't exist. And thank you very much, Hot Combo, for following on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, let's find name. Actually, I think the name of the file was like burp common parameters. Let's see if I can find it on my own machine first. So this is the Kali Linux box. Well, this is my Kali Linux box, not the one from TryHackMe. Let's look for burp parameter names. So this is user share seclist discovery web content burp parameter names.txt. Let's see if this exists on the attack box. Can check the man pages as well. Will the man pages have Okay, it does exist, so we can use this word list. So let's just grab this, and we will pass it into ffuf. Okay, errors 31. That's no good. So it's nav.php fuzz equals this thing. Let's go back. So nav.php is a, well, I mean, this is legitimate. Oh, and Hot Combo, if you're looking for the room that we're doing currently, let me grab that for you. It's this one right here. So fuzz equals dot dot slash whatever whatever. 31 errors, huh? I guess we need to match it on all. Match code all. Still doesn't look great. I think your donation link is broken. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm gonna have to take a look at that after the stream is over. So the URL is here. I guess the other thing we could do is we could make sure that this is between some quotes. Otherwise, it could be interpreted in a weird way. Okay, I think... Alright, so this is good. We just need to grep out. Sorry, we need to filter on the code. No, filter on the size. Filter on size 0. Okay, there's nothing comes back. Hot Combo says an error has occurred with your payment provider. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't think I've had to. I don't think I've ever really used that the donation link. But thank you very much for trying. Okay, so what's going on here? So we could also try some other pages. We know that there are other pages over here. We've got menu.php, main.php, home.php. Home menu main? Home menu main. So we can try home. We can try menu. And we can try main. What is a virtual account? Virtual account? Where do you see that? So what were some of those other pages? So there's form lists, database insert. So somebody else had a suggestion for where we could start doing our fuzzing. Maybe do form or do form data.php. So there's do form, and we've got an ad. When ads run on Twitch, we take a little break. And right now, we're going to put on the birds. Where are the birds? How about... So it's Christmas. I might as well put this one up. Alright everybody, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to take a little water break. Where are those birds? Here we go. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Okay, let's get back to the stream. Eric Coronel, hello, nice to see you here. And Ohio Jim, hello, nice to see you here. Can someone teach me how to hack? What kind of hacking do you want to learn, Ohio Jim? We teach ethical hacking over here. But if you want to get started, here's a starter pack. Oh, it has to be starter pack. There you go. So you might want to check these links out. The first 2 links are for general IT stuff, the third one is for computer networking, and the fourth one is for easy CTF challenges, which are cybersecurity education exercises. Infamous Quiet, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? Let's give everybody some fun video games. How about some Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, so Ohio Jim says there's someone with a fake account in my school, which we're trying to find. We have their Instagram account, but we need to find their email. I mean, that doesn't sound like legal hacking activity stuff. I'm here to help people learn to get into cybersecurity, but that doesn't sound very ethical, unfortunately. But feel free to stick around. I can teach other stuff that's not illegal. Okay, so what are we doing here? Hold on, I need to change up my music just a second. Okay, so Ohio Jim asks, how is it illegal? Could you, maybe I misunderstood. Could you tell me in detail what exactly it is you want to do with the Instagram account? Okay, so what were those other pages? So you got do form data, do form front, do links, do main, form data list. This might be the wrong way. So another thing we could be doing right now is we could be doing some directory busting. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Leo Cardenas. Okay, so you want to find the person behind the account. The person behind the account. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure... Sick in the Mind, hello, nice to see you here. Merry Christmas Eve to you, Sick in the Mind. So Ohio Jim, if you've got somebody's Instagram like account name, what I would do is I would just do a search for the username. If it's a relatively unique username, then you might be able to find some information on the internet. Not that I'm telling you to do any illegal activities or any doxing or anything like that, but you know, just as an example, if somebody has the username the Shy Hat, which is mine, you could Google search that, and then you could find some other accounts that are associated with this username. And from there, you might be able to get some other clues. So that's a very easy way of trying it out. And those other accounts might be able to give you more clues. But I'm not advocating that you hunt anybody down by searching up their information, because that's not cool. Okay, what are we doing? I think I'm going to do some GoBuster attacks. So GoBuster in directory busting mode will use a common list like, what was it? User share, wordless, dirbuster, directory list 2.3 medium. And we're running against, what was it? What was the IP address? Okay, just paste it in, and then, ooh. Okay, so we got images.js, inc.as, themes, attachment. So the other thing we should do is we should start looking for some common extensions. So common extensions like HTML, PHP, TXT, zip, DB maybe, and backup files. Okay. So .php we found that .html also returned a 403. We've got license.txt, changelog.txt. There might be some, well, the changelog is probably like not super interesting. We'll try looking at it anyways. Okay, so okay, so we've got we have a confirmation. We have a confirmation on the version of Sweetwares that is being used, which is really good. That means we can narrow in on which type of attacks we want to do. So it's 1.5. So it's a good thing we did this scan. .5. Okay. And Merry Christmas, Fanto. Nice to see you here. And yeah, Merry Christmas to you. Happy holidays. So, okay, we've got arbitrary file download, arbitrary file upload. We've got backup disclosure. We've got cross-site request forgery. Let's take a look at this arbitrary file download. This actually might be pretty good. Let's take a look at this. So we'll just run the thing again, and we'll mirror 40698. So this is a Python script. We'll rename the script. We'll call it sr.py, sr for sweet rice. Let's take a look at what is in the script. Okay, so this basically lets us local file inclusion. Great. Print banner, get hosts. The other thing we need to make sure of when we're taking a look at these potential hacking scripts is we want to make sure that the version of Python that is being used is the correct one. Because if this is an old script, there's a possibility that this is dealing with Python 2. But then again, they're using this syntax for print, which means it's probably Python 3. So get host and user and pass an LFI path. So enter the target URL. Okay. Enter the username, enter the password, enter file to download, and enter the name of the file to save. So this is all input. So I think we should be okay. All right, let's try running the script. So Python 3 sr.py. So enter the target URL. So the target URL is this one right here. Paste it in. Enter the username. So do we know who the username is? We might need to get more. I hate interactive prompts like this. I mean, some people like them, some people hate them. We don't know what the username might be. Let's just say admin, sure. Enter the password. Do we need a password for this? Ah, geez. So if this is authenticated, then we're kind of out of luck. Enter file to download, I don't know, ... Actually, let's just do index.php as a test. Yeah, this didn't work. So Thanto says Python scripts might have different versions and can cause version collision. And if I use third-party libraries, I usually make a Python virtual environment. Well, I mean, I usually use a virtual environment if it seems like the script isn't working because of yeah. SweetRice CMS default creds manager or admin with password 123. I tried looking for those earlier. Let me just confirm. So SweetRice default credentials. Password reset. Let's see. Reset admin password. Reset admin password. So second in mind, if you could, I mean, I believe you when you tell me that those are the default creds. I'm just wondering where you might have found them. Another thing we could do is we could just try looking for SweetRice. So what web plugins identify SweetRice? I'll give those a try. Second in mind. Let me go over to the application. Here. Google gave them up pretty easily, but perhaps that's not the intended vector. Well, I mean, if they're available publicly, then it makes sense that we would try them out. So admin or manager with password 123. So admin, password 123, okay, and how about manager? That was it. Okay, so it was manager and password 123. So if we're logged in, then we could probably get this attack done. Denial of service your neighbors? We don't advocate cyber crimes on this channel. Thank you very much, Thanto. All right. So we've got the Python script. We could give it a try. Oh, it's not here. It's in the attack box. You decide to look. You mean the write-up? Python 3 sr.py, and then we need to enter the target URL. Well, hopefully I'm on the right path, because if I'm not, then that'd be unfortunate. Username is manager. Password is password123. Enter file to download. Just for fun, we'll download. Oh, there's a backup discovery. Oh, really? Wait, I wonder if, For funsies, though, EDB 40718. 40718? I think I can do it over here. Oh, default credentials. So this refers to specific vulnerability backup disclosure in the SweetRice web application, allowing users to potentially download MySQL backup files. Commonly seen in cybersecurity labs like TryHackMe's Lazy Admin room. Yes, of course. Okay, adding MySQL backup to the server URL to access backup files. That's that's a lot of fun. MySQL backup, huh? Wait, I don't think that was included in the path, though. I looked at the include directory, didn't I? Oh, okay. So it's like include. Yeah, so include MySQL backup. Ah, okay. It does work. It does work. I don't know if this is like authenticated or not. This is probably unauthenticated. I can check by putting it in a private window. Yeah, this is unauthenticated. So we could probably just download this thing and then check it out. SQL extension files. So just wget this thing down. So how do you open these up? Okay, let's just do a quick search. Linux open.sql file. Best software to run .sql files. So open an .sql file in Linux. View or edit the contents as a text file or execute the SQL statements. Okay, so MySQL backups are plain text SQL queries that restore the database. So we can just run cat. So there's probably some binary information in here as well. Ah, okay. So this is just plain text. Cat it or less it. So we've got, I'm probably looking for passwords in here, right? Okay, so this is, we have an admin email stuff over here. Categories, links. Don't think I saw anything about a password, but let's try grepping it out. Oh, we've got password hashes. Yeah, okay. Okay. So if we've got a password hash like this, then, I mean, if it's using like something that's not secure, like MD5 or something. dbeaver. Wow, that's a that's a that's a fun name. Okay, well, we'll try taking a look at this in, like, I don't know, CrackStation. So CrackStation, if this is MD5, it should be able to crack it pretty quick, and we kind of guessed what the password was with a little bit of Googling. So this is password 123 and MD5. So yeah, I mean, we also Googled the password, so that's how we found it. And I guess from here we can, well, we're logged in here, I think. Okay, that's 100% like within the top 100 lines of rocky.txt. Probably, yeah. Probably, well, I mean, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all. Oh, it's content, right? Content. Okay, and we'll try using the script. It's not within the top 100 lines. It's line 30,000 some odd. No worries, no worries. It's still pretty close to the top. It's still pretty close to the top. Okay, so Python 3 SR. So the URL is... You know, I think I'm starting to understand why you don't like these interactive ones. Actually, you know what? I can go in and I can change this. Hold on, let's get out of here. So nano sr.py. We can just change all these. So let's see, host equals this. Username equals, we'll just supply all these. Foo up. Hello, nice to see you here. This is THM. It is THM. Okay, so the username and password, we'll just plug these in. So username is manager, password is password123, and enter file to download. I mean, file to download could be we could keep this as well. We're downloading these things. Yeah, we can hardcode these things too. It's probably easier to do this way. Okay, so LFI file path. I don't know. Let's just get the password file, etc. password, and the other path we'll just call this password. Okay. Let's see. Just started using their site to learn red teaming stuff a few months ago. Oh, are you currently working in the as an offensive security role? Foo up, or are you a student? Either way is fine. Okay, so this didn't. Failed to establish a new connection. Name or service not known. What is it looking for? The other thing is that now that we know the version, we can probably look up a bunch of other potential ways to attack this. Sweet rice 1.5. So we got backup disclosure. Oh, backup disclosure. We probably, yeah. So arbitrary file upload. So arbitrary file upload is also like a really nasty thing because we could upload like web shells and stuff like that. Is this the script we're using right now? And Foo Up has just subscribed. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's see. Trying to make some money. Okay, so I will bug hunt. Originally wanted to do network engineer, but I can't get. Thank you for existing. Well, thank you for existing, Foo Up. Thank you. But where do you? Okay. Not you don't need to dox yourself or anything. But do you live near like a big city? If you live near a big city, I could give you some. I could maybe give you some advice. So this is the same stuff, huh? So username, password, file name. Enter the file name. So the file name that we want to upload. I mean, this could probably get us in. And I'm pretty sure we had access to this on the attack box here. Oh, Seattle. Okay. Cybersec Wiz, hello, nice to see you here. I'm actually in a city and I'd love to hear you out. Yeah, so I mean, if we're talking about getting into cybersecurity, nothing is better than becoming part of the local community, because you can do some social networking with people who are also in the industry. Let's see if this is, I don't know if this is going to be private enough. So for example, I live in Vancouver, so I could probably do like a web search for Vancouver local cybersecurity meetup. But just, replace the word Vancouver with whatever big city you live close to, and you should be able to find like a meetup or two. I found out recently that Vancouver is actually very, very active as far as cybersecurity in-person meetups are concerned, but give it a try for your city and see if you can find like a group that meets up at least maybe once a month or once every other month. Go to their meetups and start talking with people. So the people you find there, they're probably working inside of cybersecurity, or they're people who are students or looking for jobs. It's a good thing to become friends, or at least become useful to the community. So I got my first job in cybersecurity by becoming an active member of the community and leading a bunch of workshops, and, well, not a bunch of workshops, a few workshops. And eventually the people in the community were able to find a job for me. So CyberSecWiz says, I've actually found a bunch of coding ones in my area. I'm starting to look up cyber groups, and I'm comfortable enough now, and that's so awesome, man. Yeah, I mean, definitely give it a try. There's, like, the ultimate hack for getting a job is knowing people who are hiring. So if you know the people directly, or if you've got people who can give you, like, a recommendation, that's the best way to do it. The hardest way to get a job is to hand in your resume with all the other, like, thousands of applicants who might be looking for the same job. People love to help people. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the reason that's the reason why I'm here. I'm trying to help people get into cybersecurity. Anyways, good luck, everybody. Where were we? We're looking for that script. Sweet rice. 1.5. Thank you very much, Vala Dizzle. Vala Dizzle, thank you very much for... Oh, that's not spelled correctly. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so we want to do the arbitrary file upload. So that's, what was it? 40716. Okay, and we'll rename that to upload or something. Although upload might be shared with some other resources inside of the Python script, maybe I should rename that. SR upload. Okay, so Fu says, I've been bug hunting VDPs lately. My plan was to get some rep through finding vulnerabilities, then hopefully get some private invites. Orville Henry, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? And welcome on YouTube. Let's give everybody a fun Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Orville says, this is the first time I've caught you live. No worries, no worries. I'm here to, well, to hang out during Christmas Eve. You're probably, wait, Orville, you're from, you don't need to tell me. I think I know what organization you're from. But hello, nice to see you here. And Goldfish the Bounty Hunter, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? Oh, Montreal, that's awesome. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Okay, so we've got srupload.py. Let's take a look at this file. Actually, So if we're actually going to try to use this script, we probably want to upload some sort of web shell. And to get a web shell, we might want to use this website right here, revshells.com. And what we're going to do is we're just going to get some PHP code. So PHP web shells. Oh, if anybody wants to know, revshells.com is located over here. 1.q, hello, nice to see you here, and thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. So we're just going to grab this little piece of code for PHP, and we're going to make a little file. Nano webshell.php. Okay, we're going to save that file, and we're just going to try to upload it using the script over here. Although I guess we could probably use the application to upload it instead. But since we have a script, we might as well try to use the script. Okay, so we need to input the target URL. Where is it? So the target URL is over here. Okay, we need a username and password. We can put those in manually. So this is password 123, and this is manager. And enter file name. So the file name we want to put in is called webshell.php. Okay. So if this works, that would be very nice. And let's run the file. So something's wrong here. I mean, it could be that host plus AS slash host plus AS slash type equals sign in, data equals payload. Oh, I think we need to omit the slash here. Yeah, okay, let's go back in. So we need to omit this slash, it's getting in the way of the payload. It's still not working, huh? Oh, okay. It's putting HTTP in front. So we need to get rid of the HTTP. Okay. So it needs to be just this. Okay. All right, let's try it again. Okay, now it works. Great. Let's catch up with chat. And Kenneth, hello, nice to see you here. And what did I miss? I'm just joining in. Yeah, I mean, if you want to go back to what we were doing previously, you're on YouTube. So on YouTube, you can always rewind the live stream. You can always put it at double times the speed if you want to. We were doing TryHackMe Advent of Cyber earlier today, and oh, where did it upload to? I didn't see where the thing uploaded to. Oh, well, I mean, I can take a guess. So it's content upload? No. Oh, we're not logged in anymore. Okay, so I think we can take a look at the files inside of here. Can we? The other thing we can take a look at is we can look at, there's an htaccess file that we can read. The other thing we could do is we could read the script. The script probably tells you where the file was uploaded to as well. Okay, file uploaded, URL is attachment. It ends up in the attachment directory. Okay. And now, ooh, there's no file there. So let's see, you gave me some inspiration to crank up VBox Manager and start Kali that I haven't done, that I have, and do some bug bounty. Oh, no worries, no worries. Sometimes you're not really feeling like getting on the terminal, but you know what? You can take a rest, you can take a break, and then come back to it later. So attachment, it doesn't exist. So it actually wasn't uploaded. So HTTP host attachment plus file name. Let's try using the script one more time. So login successful, file uploaded, and it's here. Well, I mean, we can grab this and see if we can access this. Where are we? Here. Not found. It doesn't actually upload. That's a kick in the butt. So I mean, if it's not actually uploaded, York Man, hello, nice to see you here. End-to-end encryption, does cracking a Wi-Fi network actually lead to data access anymore? Or has the focus shifted entirely to social engineering and web vulnerabilities? Don't enable me to be lazy. I will so take your advice. Well, I mean, everybody has to find their own motivation for sure. So does cracking Wi-Fi networks actually lead to data access anymore? It's been a long... It used to be that it was a very common attack to start cracking people's Wi-Fi passwords. But I don't know if it's super effective anymore, especially with the newer protocols. If anybody has an opinion on this, of course you're welcome to chime in. I don't have too much experience. Looks like it's time to change up the music. Just a second, everybody. Okay, I might have to shift topics. Because I've gone over time very significantly with this topic. But let's play some of this music. Okay, we've got our third topic that we're going to be shifting into. I guess I can come back to this later, maybe in the next stream. But yeah, I mean, it feels like we're starting to get somewhere. Let's go over to our next topic, which is OLICyber. So this is an Italian cybersecurity education platform. If you speak Italian, then it's a very nice resource. But even if you don't speak Italian, you can always auto-translate everything on the page, which is pretty good. I really like this platform because it does a lot of explanation as far as very basic concepts in cybersecurity. And thank you very much, what is that? LSRX? Not too sure how to pronounce that. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, let me change up my topic. So topic 2 is done, topic 3 is here, topic 4 is on deck. I don't have to speak Italian to see the value of your courses. Thank you very much. So yeah, if you sign up for the website, and remember, when you're signing up for the website, sign up for training.olicyber.it, If you sign up for OLICyber.it, it's not the same website. The subdomain is very important in this case. Second Mind says, I'm very lazy. I will invest hours to simplify a 5-minute task, so it takes 5 seconds in the future. I mean, that's the whole point of writing programming functions, right? If you're going to do something more than once, you want to write a function for it. That's the find this kind of investment requires an intimate knowledge of the task, so you never really forget it. Okay. So I think what we want to do is we want to do some web security stuff, and I think we might be able to combine this with our last topic. So the last topic we're going to be doing today is we're going to be covering the Kaido tool. A lot of people have been telling us about Kaido for web security. Let's see, where is it? Kaido, here. So Kaido.io. This is a tool that's becoming very popular, and it's kind of like an alternative to Burp Suite, which is the other really common tool that you find inside of web app hacking. Okay, so Fu says, never heard of this. We'll definitely look this site up and use it as a resource for learning. I have primarily been using THM and Portswigger for education. Yeah, Portswigger is, well, Portswigger and THM are both very good, especially Portswigger. It's still like my go-to site for learning about web app vulnerabilities. But yeah, I mean, OLICyber is in general, very nice site. They've got something like 600 different challenges you can try over here. And yeah, so if you want to translate the page, you can do it very easily by going over to your handy dandy little burger menu and then selecting this option Translate Page. So you can translate from Italian to English pretty easily. And it does a very, very good job most of the time. But yeah, we're also going to try using the Kaido tool over here. I've never used it before, so there might be some big growing pains. But growing pains, not growing pains, just to let you know. But we can start it up over here as well. So what was it called? Kaido. So you just use Kaido. Actually, let's make a dedicated tab for this. I want to learn the tool and figure out if it's suitable for what I want to do. Kaido and okay, so local instance home 8080. I guess this is some sort of proxy server that's running up on my own. We'll start this one. Okay. I just right-clicked, and the option to translate is there on the Edge browser. Yeah, I mean, whatever works. So you must be logged in to access the Kaido instance. Can we log in as a guest? Okay, so this is the tool, right? This is the UI. Jason says, at times I feel like my brain is empty about hacking. No worries. To actual data access, what are we talking about? I'm struggling with the current roadmap because learning things like Wi-Fi handshakes feels like a dead end. Since modern apps are encrypted anyway, could you suggest a path where the fundamentals lead to actual data access? Well, I mean, are you trying to learn like web app hacking stuff? Web app hacking stuff is probably the area that I'm most familiar with. And I can give you some suggestions. So I've got a lot of education resources over at the HackerFrogs subreddit. Not the subreddit, the GitHub. So I mean, this is so whatever you're trying to learn, you can click on that particular category. For example, if we're trying to learn about web app hacking, I've got a bunch of resources for learning about how websites work in general, and then some resources for learning about the hacking. So Portswigger Academy is the best place to learn about web app hacking stuff. Over the Wire Natus is a good place to challenge your skills. PicoCTF is another good website. There's a bunch of good challenges there. But let's go ahead and continue. So we're gonna try to use the Kaido tool, although I don't know how successful this is going to be. And we're going to try to use Kaido to complete some challenges over here. And let's see, web security. I've basically done all these. Let's see, the cybersecurity Olympiad for web security. I've done most of these as well. But let's try doing some of these that I haven't finished yet. So the Magic Goss, Curious George. I think we started doing this. TIMP, Snack Shenanigans, Shell's Revenge. Time is key. Time is key. Huh. Well, let's try one that's not, that people have actually solved. How about TIMP? Welcome to the TIMP and hackable terminal of the talking cow. Okay? Okay, so Fu says, learn web vulnerabilities, learn how to discover and take advantage of them, and then how to write acceptable disclosure reports. Well, I mean, yeah, definitely if you want to go the bug bounty route, you need to learn how to... You need to learn how to write a report that that is going to be accepted by the company that you're reporting it to, for sure. Okay, so what is going on? So the website we're actually looking at is over here. Everybody can try checking this out as well. I'm pretty sure that you don't need to be logged in to access these websites. So the TIMP and hackable terminal of the talking cow. The sole purpose of this terminal is to have the cow say things. This looks very similar to a challenge from PicoCTF. Let's check this out. I have a feeling that this is going to be... Okay. So we actually have a terminal here. Good hacker at awesome chal I know thanks. Yeah. Let's see. Can we copy paste? We can copy paste. So this is using Cowsay, right? Hello. Do we just have terminal access? If we just have terminal access, why can't we just cat the flag? Okay, so what's actually going on here? We should probably translate this message. Let me try copying this. Okay, and then we'll go over to a translation website like Google Translate. And then we'll go from Italian to English. Where is Italian? From Italian to English. The terminal's sole purpose is to make the cow say things. Try typing Cowsay hello world. Cute, huh? Can you read the flag? Of course not, but he can try. To skip the animation, double click or double tap the screen. Okay, so you type Cowsay hello world, right? Over here. I guess we can't clear the screen. We can reload the screen. Cowsay hello world. Okay, so this is probably a case of OS command injection. So what we want to do is we want to do Cowsay hello world or anything. Cowsay I am hacking you. And then we put a semicolon here to quit out of this command and do another command. So the other command is going to be cat flag.txt. So I guess this is an error message. Let's copy this. So are you trying to use some strange characters? It doesn't work for me. So I guess we're not allowed to use special characters. So what are we allowed to do? So Cowsay. So we're not allowed to use. Are we not allowed to use the hash character? Oh, I misspelled the word Cowsay. Cowsay HackerFrogs. And then cat flag.txt. Okay, it doesn't go through. So the second command doesn't work. So if we try to read the flag as our current user, it just comes out as this. So this is not the actual flag. We're trying to do some OS command injection. Oh, I can't use the which command. What does it say? There's no room for spaces here. There's no room for spaces here? Is that a hint? Cowsay // flag.txt. Just nope, huh? So when we tried to get it to cat flag.txt, it didn't work. It just ignored the second command. Can we use the double and? Maybe. Cowsay. So double and cat flag.txt. Okay, so we're not allowed to use them. We're not allowed to use these characters. So this character is also not allowed. The semicolon is allowed. But for some reason the semicolon wasn't working when we tried to use the Cowsay command. So we also can't use this character. We can't use the ampersand. Can we use... Yeah, how about the $? So can we do... Oh, what about... We can use parentheses. So Cowsay. And then cat Oh. We'll just put this in here. Cat flag.txt. It doesn't come out. How about the or? We could do double pipe. So double pipe is the or command. So we can pipe. Yeah, that's good. It really doesn't want to do the second command, huh? I wonder how we can get around this. Okay, so we can't run this command. We can run ls. We can't do ls-l. I'm thinking that, like, so static. Is static a directory or is static a file? Ah, okay. So this is what happens when we try to use the cat command. So cat static, go to the static folder. Is it a folder? No, I think static is the file that contains this image right here. Yeah, so this comes out every time we try to run cat on anything. My guess is that the static file has the cat image in here, but that could be wrong. And E. Rosario, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? Thank you very much for coming by. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Nyan Cat? So we can run ID, we can run who am I. ENV? Apache ENV. Okay, well, it doesn't really tell us very much.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Thank you very much for redeeming Hack the Planet back on. Thank you. Okay, what do we got? So, I mean, we can't CD to any directories, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, not allowed to do that. We got an ad running on Twitch, so we will do a little break and we'll put on the birds. Okay, here's a beautiful bird, and here's some winter wonderland landscape for you to talk about Christmas. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. Okay, we're gonna get back to the hacking in just a second. Let me go ahead and get the birds off the screen. Okay, so we're trying to figure out how to break out of this. We're talking about Cowsay. I mean, Just for fun, I'm going to get a little hint. This one doesn't cost any points. Why not? Do you really want to unlock the hint? Sure, why not? For the easiest solutions, the controls to bypass are two: the space and the character limitation. The space and the character limitation. 1. Not all printing commands have been deleted. Not all printing commands have been deleted. The problem is not always solved in the house. In the house. Benin, hello, nice to see you here. What is up, what is up? Merry Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas Eve to you, and Merry Christmas to people who are already celebrating Christmas. Or Happy Holidays if you're celebrating another holiday. So not all printing commands have been deleted. Huh. So the controls to bypass are two. There's the space and the character limitation. So we can't use spaces. Let's go back to the terminal here. So cd static, it says something about no spaces, right? That was one of the error messages. There's no room for spaces here. ch all? ch. What if you'd use underscore instead of spaces? I mean, we might be able to use... What is substitution for spaces inside of bash? Bash space substitution. Replace spaces with underscores via bash. So bash space substitutions use parameter expansions like to replace all spaces with underscores. You can use tr. You can use variables. Parameter expansion, which is built in. So replace first space. So var equals hello world echo var plus. This looks a bit messy. We can use we can use tr. When using variables with spaces and commands, I don't know about this. Replace all spaces, replace multiple spaces, simple character replace. Space substitution, I mean, yeah, this wasn't interpreted the right way. Cowsay moo, that's true. Actually, I wonder if we can define variables. So if we can define variables, then we might be able to do some extra stuff. Starting to understand why some people use Python. Benin, are you a Python hater? So let's see. We can define a variable, something like var1 equals hello. And then we could do Cowsay var1. Nope. It says nope, okay? We can use a space when we use the Cowsay command. But we can't use a space when we do anything else. What about less, more, or head? Okay, so it says no spaces, more. So, Okay, so cat is not allowed if you just use the word cat. If you type the word cat anywhere in your string, it's gonna appear, this thing is gonna appear. So we need to find some other way to get this done. So character substitution. Bash filter bypass. Bypassing bash restrictions are bash. So we have encoding techniques, a few other things we could look at. So restricted shells. Bypassing path restrictions with binary substitution. Substitute ping command. Okay. Substitute nmap. Who am I? Thank you very much for subscribing. What's up? What's up? What is up? Thank you for the subscription. What are we doing? So we could try using... Oh, we can't use the question mark. So question marks are not allowed, so we can't use that method. What else do we have? So wildcard substitution. So who am I might work if we use character substitution. Okay, we can't use we can't use these special characters. So the star and the question mark are both out. Reverse shells and encoding. IFS, internal field separator. This might work. Yeah, maybe. Okay, Fu says, I wrote a recon script in Bash using dir search, nmap, and CRT. I can test it now. Awesome. Yeah, it's a fun test of your knowledge for scripting, you know, making little tools. So IFS replaces spaces with IFS. Okay. So we're allowed to use the $, I'm pretty sure. That didn't work. So we can't use spaces. Let's give this a try. So we're in the var wwwh directory. This stuff isn't coming out. Oh, it's for me. Okay, okay, no worries. Okay, so IFS isn't working. So replace spaces with IFS. Oh, wait, we need to do the $sign in front. Okay, never mind. Let's try it again. Okay. This seems to be working. This seems to be working. Okay, let's... So, we can use this to... We can use this instead of spaces. Huh. But we can't escape past a certain point. So, when we did the first escape, it should bring us to here. The second one should bring us to var. This should bring us to www, then var, and then to the top level directory, but it doesn't want to let us get access to the top level directory. Let me try copying this. Yeah, so this is as far as it lets us go. Are you both the body or your mind? Well, that's a good question. Okay, Benin, unfortunately Keyboard Cat has been disabled because Keyboard Cat demonetizes my stream. Otherwise I would enable it again. But thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. I can't read that name. Zappin something something? Let me know how to pronounce that. Thank you. Okay. Langston Entropy says, I've learned to build a RAG-LLM chatbot fetching Wikipedia articles as my vector database. Is there a Wikipedia for cybersecurity for studying cybersec with my own AI? So Benin, I mean, Yancat should work. I wonder why it doesn't. Oh, it's not, the bot isn't on. Hold on. Okay, let me activate the thing again. Okay, try that again, Benin. Try it again. Oh, why does it turn off automatically? Okay, it works now. It works now. Okay. All right. We can't access beyond. So it said that there were two problems that we need to solve here. So the space problem, I think we've managed to get around that. We just need to get around the character limitation. The character limitation, can we encode? So the character limitation. Let's go back. So we know we can do Cowsay, right? Cowsay. And then we can okay, so the second command just doesn't work. Zane, hello, nice to see you here. The what Christmas CTF? The something con Christmas CTF? I mean, the only Christmas CTF that I've done is the TryHackMe one. I haven't tried any of the other Christmas events this year. So let's see, Cowsay, this thing. I could have sworn that what we needed to do was we needed to add something to this command. So for example, Cowsay, and then something like this. Oh, okay. It doesn't like the double. It doesn't like the double whatever's. Okay, the double ampersands. Okay, lock in. You're gonna lock in now. It says food. Thank you, Shy Hat. I've subscribed and activated notifications so I can know when you're on YouTube again. Thank you very much. You're a gem. Thank you, Foo. No worries. And yeah, I hope you get some good studying in. Thank you very much for coming by the stream. Okay, what are we doing? Yeah, so we can only run one command at a time. And Ikechu, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so let's see. Jason says some advice on how to learn to make more research about CTFs without relying on videos. I mean, every time you come across a new platform, you can try doing the easy challenges on there. That's what I did for this one. So this is like OLICyber.it. You can try like doing all the challenges from the just do some training. Do some training. See how many exercises you can solve before you start looking at walkthroughs. And Akechi says, "I am good. What of you?" Yeah. So we're just here hacking on Christmas Eve, and we're trying to figure out this web challenge. We're trying. So we're trying to get around these restrictions right here. There's a bunch of them. How about which? So we can do some enumeration here. We can run the command which. So which cat? Okay, we can't use cat. So if not cat, then we can try some other stuff. Oops, not this. Which bash? Okay, so we can enumerate our options here. So which bash, which less? What is this? What is this message? Would you like to read something? I don't think so. Would you like to read something? I don't think so. So no less. No. Which IFS more? There is more. The problem is that more doesn't activate unless, well, can we make the font? We can make the font really big. And if we make the font really big, we should be able to activate more. It's going to look really weird though. So we could run more IFS and then /flag.txt. But we need to make this really big. Oh, no. No, we didn't. We didn't get the whole flag. Why doesn't it give us the whole flag? So is this not the whole flag? Let's try ls. ls. What was it? This IFS /. Okay, so the /var. Langston's entropy says, are you using NAT or bridged network for these sites? NAT or bridged network? Are you talking about... yeah, I mean, I think you're talking about the network that I have attached to the Kali machine. So the Kali machine's on a NAT network. So the furthest I can go is the var directory here. We tried using the more command. That didn't work. How about xxd? How about which xxd? Nothing. Okay, so there's no xxd. Which printf user bin p. User bin p. So we can use p. P Flag.txt. Okay, that doesn't work. Maybe printf. Oh, that just prints the file flag.txt. Okay, now let's see. NAT uses the host IP, but the bridge network seems like a different machine on a local network. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I use my my host IP. Bridge network seems to use a different machine on the local network. What else could this be? Different. Okay, so programs to read files, you can use cat, less, head, tail. Let's try head and tail. So head. Okay, so I guess we can't use head. How about tail? Same thing. Okay, so no head, no tail. What else do we have? So we can use text editors. So I was thinking we could use... I get the feeling that more was working. Let's try more again. More. Because we got something out of more. Yeah, but we didn't get the... It doesn't look like we're getting the entire thing. Okay, so that's flag.txt, but we can't put any arguments on our less command. Oh. The output's weird. Is it only giving us the first... Hold on, let me make this really small. If I make this really small and I give the same command, it looks like the output is being cut off. Yeah. The output is being restricted to the first, like, how many characters? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's only the first 10 characters. How do we get around this? So we can read it with more. It's just that the output is truncated. What about that static file? More IFS static. That doesn't work. How about taking a look at what's in that directory? If it's a directory, then we can use the ls command. JS. So there's a JS. Tac Tack? Defus, hello, nice to see you here. You can try to find your own. Somehow skip, take, read. Same how, skip, take. I'm not too sure. CG, hello, nice to see you here. Koshken, hello, nice to see you here. Koshkens, hello. So cut, and then get characters 10 to 20. 10 to 20. So tack. So there's cat and there's tack. Tack is allowed. Ending SPP from Asia. Hello, nice to see you here, CG. Nice to see you. And is that Thai? I think that's Thai. Let me do a little Google Translate on this. Oh yeah, okay. So hello, CG, you're from Thailand? Sawadee krap. That's how you say it, right? I've been to Thailand before, but only on vacation, only for a few days. It's a wonderful country, and I love the food. Okay, so there's the static directory there, JS. If we could read it, that'd be great. So Defus says, Defus used the tack command. So the other thing is the cut, right? So we could, let's see, piping in to cut and then get the 10th character to the 20th character. I wouldn't have thought of that on my own, but it is a pretty cool solution. Let's try using more instead. Thailand is not a good country. Thailand is not a good country. Are you? I mean, if you're from Thailand, I guess you can bash your own country. But if you're not from Thailand, you know, maybe not hating on other countries is the better way to do it on the stream. Okay, so what were we doing? So the first 10 characters are this, right? We'll just record this and we'll put it somewhere. And then we need to get the other 10 characters. So the other 10 characters, maybe we can get it with the tack command. So tack, what was it? Internal space field separator. What was it? Flag.txt. So this puts it in reverse. Ah. Tack also. Huh, that's weird. I thought tack was supposed to print something out in reverse. Oh. Okay, CG says they invaded and attacked my country. Oh, I thought it was... Oh, that's not Thai. That's not Thai. Okay, that's... Are you... CG, are you from Cambodia? Okay, we've got an ad break running right now on Twitch. We might as well put on some birds. I love my birds. And here they are. Okay, we'll be back in about 40 seconds. I just need to take a little ad break and have some water. Okay, great. Let's put the birds away. And CG, sorry for misidentifying you. You are from Cambodia and not from Thailand. But welcome to the stream. Hey, we're here to learn about cybersecurity stuff. So this is weird. So we can use the tack command, but the tack command is supposed to print stuff out backwards. It doesn't print it out backwards. The more command also gets the same snippet. I think... Can we... Maybe we can run this and then pipe it into itself. No, it's the same thing. What if you base 64 encode the flag? I mean, it's still going to only give us this small snippet, I'm pretty sure. But I could try, sure. And then pipe it into base 64. So this gets us the first 10 characters, though. So if we copy this and we go over to our terminal, echo it out into base 64 decode. Flag, it's... yeah. So I mean, we got this basically the same thing. This is TryHackMe stuff, right? It's a different website. It's kind of similar. It's OLICyber.it. It's an Italian website. You can translate it into whatever language you want. It's a very, very nice website. I really like it. Okay, so over here, I think we're about ready to use somebody else's solution. So -C, so cut -C 10 to 20. -C 10 to 20, I mean, what does this do in our regular terminal? So if we've got, if we make something like HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. And then we cat HackerFrogs, but then cut, what was it? Cut C10 to 20. Okay, so this will give you a cut of the output. All right, let's go back. So this, and then pipe it into the cut command. And Koshken, hello, nice to see you here. It's something in, what's this console command? I know Ubuntu, I missed the beginning. Did you hack into something? What is the IFS? So IFS is a character substitution for spaces, because we're not allowed to use spaces on this application. Hey everybody, if you want to try this out yourself, then I think you can access this website here. The website, well, I mean, the webpage is in Italian, but you should be able to interact with it nonetheless. TAC doesn't print out backwards, it's just cat backwards. Defus, I'm pretty I mean, let me try. It's not printed out backwards. TAC. I think TAC prints stuff out from the last line into the first line. And Chethan, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? Okay, let's so we'll put a couple more lines in here. This is the first line. This is the second line. Okay, and we run TAC on it. Yeah, it prints stuff. Well, it's not exactly printing it out in reverse. There's another command that prints stuff out in reverse, right? Is it? It's like rev prints stuff out in reverse. Yeah, like this. I wonder if rev is on here. Let's give it a try. So we'll try rev. Rev doesn't exist. Okay, well, that's good to know. TAC works, so let's use TAC. Okay, and then flag.txt. And then pipe it out to cut. Cut. Internal field separator. And thank you very much for following on Twitch, Bojack the Dev. Bojack the Dev, thank you. Okay, so character 10 to 20. Okay. So this is the long flag. This is the long flag. Let me copy this, and then we'll get the last part. Was it 20 to 30? So tedious. And then 30 to 40. I thought this would be like a really easy challenge because I saw like a Cowsay challenge in PicoCTF before, but this is not the same thing. Okay, and thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube, OLICyber, thank you. Okay, so we'll just read 50 to 51. Yeah, so this is... That's the really long flag. Okay, well, let's submit this. This is the wrong flag. Okay, I think... Let's try this. This is the valid flag. Oh, what? Handler.php, was this here before? Hold on. Does anybody have access to this and hasn't finished the challenge yet? I want you to I would like you to. It was always there. Oh wow. This is a case where you're not supposed to. It was here the whole time, so we could have taken a look at the source code. Oh well. Live and learn. Handler.php. Yeah, let's take a look at this thing. I was actually looking for the source code. Okay, downloads, and then handler.php. And thank you very much for subscribing, CG444 and Martell Williams. Thank you very much. It was here the whole time. This was that's kind of embarrassing. I mean, I would probably need to translate this all to... Well, I mean, okay, I can read this. I can read this. So command, if empty command, we need to, well, it gives an error message, and it's looking for these characters. So if I knew that these were the characters that were no-no characters, that would be very useful. But I guess we did it blind. So they're checking to see if Cowsay is in the command. And they probably truncate the output somewhere as well. So the result equals substring result 0 to 10. So this is what makes the challenge more difficult. Result, execute the command. Substring result, yeah. Alright, well I feel I feel kind of dumb for missing this, but that's okay. Let's do our little write-up. Because, you know what? We like to document our challenges. So this is HackerFrogs write-ups, walkthroughs for OLICyber. This is web app. Oh. Okay, let me let me create a new file. So what is the name of this challenge? This challenge is called TIMP. TIMP, I can remember that. TIMP, and we need to record a few things. Cool GN, thank you. And Kali Linux Premium? Wow, I didn't know they made a premium. But welcome to the stream. Hello. Nice to see you here. Who solved the bonus questions for today's room? Oh, you know what? We could probably go back and do that as well. But UV, nice to see you here. Okay, we need to record the URL of the challenge, the concept, and the method of solve. I guess we can also include the source code. So we got the source code here. Let me make sure that this is code. Okay, and we need to record the URL and the concept. The concept is OS command injection. Sick in the Mind says, what did you use to solve it? I nested a command in Cowsay. You nested a command in Cowsay? Oh, wow. I didn't nest a command in Cowsay. We just used other commands. So we used other commands, and then what was it? We used cut to grab slices of the flag. Oh wow, it was just that easy? Cowsay cat flag.txt? Jeez. That is a very simple way to solve the exercise. Let me give it a try. Let's see. SZC says, what is your specialty in CTF? Digital forensics? Mom, I consider what I'm best at probably web app hacking. That's the stuff that I do the most of. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I don't get stuck on challenges occasionally. But Nichesh, hello, nice to see you here. We're currently doing, well, we're trying to solve this challenge on this website over here. Okay, so let me give it a shot. Sick in the Mind. So Cowsay. So expansion cat flag .txt. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. I should have thought of that. That's a really fun solution right there. And Ikechukwu, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so I mean, I guess this is the more elegant solution. We'll talk about both solutions, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I didn't exactly think up the solution on my own. Defus gave me some help with that. All right, let's go ahead and talk about it. So the challenge description, the challenge URL is here. Okay, this is OS command injection. It is filter bypass. That's the source code there. And then for the method of solve. So the app uses the Cowsay command. to output user input. Yeah. The app also has several restricted characters that could potentially be used. Actually, I'm pretty sure that there's no way you can actually... I'm pretty sure you can't break out of the Cowsay command. We tried to break out of the Cowsay command a few times, but they didn't work. Ah, okay. So it's looking for like Cowsay in specific positions, right? So string position command Cowsay equals false. Command Cowsay. ARR explode. Explode? Oh, they're adding something to the command. They're adding something to the command so that you can't break out. So you couldn't get an interactive bash prompt there because it's a UI for a handler. Explode is split in other languages. Oh, I didn't know about that. Huh, you learn something every day. You learn something new every day in PHP. Okay, so it uses Cowsay to output the user input. The app has several restricted characters that could potentially be used in a malicious manner. The biggest restricted character is space, but we can get around that filter with this character right here, internal field separator variable. So solve method 1. By sick in the mind. Use, what is it called? Bash expansion? Is it called bash expansion or command expansion? So use command expansion to read the flag.txt file. Cowsay /flag.txt. So this method bypasses the well, I mean, we're not using any illegal characters in here. Bypasses the space limiter. This is command substitution. So command substitution. I thought this was called like command expansion. Oh well. Okay, so solve method by number 2. I'll credit Defus Modernus Leben. Okay, so most of the commands we can use to read files just avoids reaching that logic entirely. Which one? Yeah. by inserting into the weak logic used in the Cowsay condition. So the Cowsay condition, it can get away with more, as we see over here. Where is it? So if you've got cat, then it prints out this stuff, the cat. All right. So most of the commands that we can use to read files, such as cat less head, etc., are restricted. So I'm pretty sure they've got, yeah, so they've got the word head, tail, OD. Which one is, I don't even know OD. So OD is, what is this command? So OD is write an unambiguous representation, octal bytes by default. The green official, hello, nice to see you here. Octal, so it's like octal something? I've never had to use this program before. So it's OD or less or head or hex dump. So we can't use any of these commands here. Merry Christmas. Hey, green official. Are you part of the Vancouver cybersecurity scene? You don't need to dox yourself or anything. Just let me know. Thank you, green official. Okay, so most of the commands that we use to read files are restricted, so we can't use those. We can use programs like tack or more to read files, and we can get around the space restriction, or the space character restriction, by using the I'm Supreme, is that how you pronounce that name? Good evening, what's going on here, and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, I'm Supreme, nice to see you here. My name is the Shy Hat. I do cybersecurity education here on Twitch and YouTube. And yeah, we're currently working on this website over here. It's an Italian cybersecurity education website that we're accessing by Google Translate, because Google Translate sure is awesome. Okay, so we're just doing a little write-up on how we solved this challenge here. So we can get around the space character restriction by using the IFS variable in Bash, which, I mean, I don't actually know why this exists. So let me look it up. IFS in Linux or Bash. So in Linux shell scripting, IFS stands for Internal Field Separator. It is a special environment variable used by the shell to determine how to split a string into separate words or fields during a process called word splitting. Okay? So let's see. Default value. By default, IFS is set to a string containing 3 white space characters, space, tab, and new line. This default allows the shell to recognize standard word boundaries. Okay, well, I mean, I guess this is the legitimate use of this particular feature, but I guess we're using it for nefarious purposes in our case. Okay, let's go back, which can be a substitute for space in environments where the space character is filtered. Okay. So I'm Supreme says, that's cool, not gonna lie, for me it's 4 a.m. right now, and you're locked in. Do you know Natus? A friend and I are currently doing this, currently, and the CTF is really fun. Yeah, yeah, so we're, I haven't done all of the levels of Natus, but I have covered quite a bit of Natus on this channel. Let me see if I can pull up the number of Natus levels that we've completed. I think we've got up to like 20 something, 23 or 24. Let me look it up. So over the wire Natus. So if you want to take a look at the write-ups we've done up to level 28. I think it goes up to 32. No, I'm pretty sure most of these are empty. Yeah, this one's empty. So I'm pretty sure we've solved up to 27. Yeah, we've solved up to 27. They're very, very difficult later on. They're very difficult later on. Second the mindset of, I have the solution for 28, so I think that's the farthest one that I helped with. Yeah. You need 11. Your 11 needs more. I was curious how you solved it. Wait, let me take a look at 11. Okay, so the web app vulnerability in this level is exposed web app source code, which can be used to reverse engineer the correct value for guessing. Oh, this one. Yeah, I mean, I saw you guys working with the cyber doctor, and let me give him a shout out. So let's see. I think, what's his channel name? Shout out your cyber. I think it's your cyber doctor. Right? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it on InfoSec streams. Your cyber doctor, yeah. So I'll give him actually, wait. I can just paste his link in here. There you go. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Daisy Fernandez? Is that how you pronounce that name? But welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for coming by. Oh, that's not the. Sorry, that's not the right link. Your cyber doctor is this one. Okay, it's this one here. Okay, so I'm Supreme says, are you running Kali in a VM or is that your main OS? I'm not running Kali as a main OS. This is definitely a virtual machine. So I'm running Windows 10, and on top of Windows 10, I'm running everything else. Okay, so what were we doing? Oh, we've got a break. Sorry, everybody. We've got a break going on right now in Twitch. So I'm just going to put on some birds. We'll be back in just a little bit. But in the meantime, take a look at this happy squirrel. He is super excited. Okay, we're just going to wait another 30 seconds for the ads to take their course, and then we'll be getting back to this. This is such a happy squirrel. Sick in the Mind says, I just figured out how to solve it in CyberChef. Do you want to share the recipe? I mean, I suppose you could put it in the write-up of your own as well. There's CyberChef. Okay. All right. Well, let me take a look. So we're taking a look at the challenge for. Ah, okay, okay. Thank you very much, Killjoy on Twitch. Thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. So we've got our cookie over here, and then we are doing XOR with the known quantity over here. So show password no, BG color FFFF, and this is how we get the key. So the key for XOR, if it's not long enough, it's going to be a repeating string. So it's ED, this one right here, EDW0O. That's what the secret key XOR'd out. Yeah, we need to re-XOR this with the secret key to get the actual secret. Okay, so, but yeah, this is a pretty, well, I mean, it's pretty cool that you were able to use CyberChef to solve this. I think I used online PHP. onlinephp.io, and I just pasted in the same PHP code. Oh, is this not going? This doesn't want to go. Hold on. I have the feeling that I've got too many. So yeah, so Sick of the Mind said that level 11 wasn't complete here. So method of solve: use a PHP code IDE to reverse engineer the PHP code. And so this is what we paste in there. We paste in basically the identical code from Natus level 11. So the previous code should output the key, which we include in the following script. So we go back in and we use this PHP code. And it should give us our password. So let's see. So you say that it doesn't, the solve there is incomplete? Let me take a look. PHP online. So this one right here. And DefMP, hello, nice to see you here. Sick in the Mind says, maybe I didn't try the first one. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. The Big Taco. I love me some big tacos. Thank you. And I only saw the second code there. Let's see. I'm Supreme says, the energy and focus is fading fast. I have a nice stream and interesting videos and stuff. I'll definitely take a look at it tomorrow. No worries, no worries. If it's super late where you are, then feel free to catch the stream another time. Thank you very much for coming by. Okay, so let me grab the script we used for the first thing. So this here. Go back to our sandbox and run the script. This gets us our repeating key. So after we have the repeating key, we would substitute it out for the key in here, and then do the XOR operation again. So we go back in here. Copy that. And then we'll just erase everything that's already here. And then run the code. And then we get this cookie value. So you just take the cookie value here and you plug it into the web application, and it should give you access to the next level, or give you the password. And Jess, hello, nice to see you here. Merry Christmas to you and yours. Merry Christmas to you too, Jess. And thank you very much. Okay, let's get back to what we were doing before. What were we doing before? Ah, we were doing this other write-up. Jeez. Okay, so we can get around the space character, and we run this command. So we can run tac. Tac. Internal field separator. And then slash flag.txt. Okay, but there's a problem. I mean, whenever we got PHP code, I like to use the same code to try to reverse engineer the try to reverse engineer the solution, because I mean you're already working with PHP. Might as well we might as well use more PHP. Okay, so there's a problem with the output because the app only prints out the first 10 characters of the string of the result. And I guess we can also highlight the code that does that. Didn't even think of throwing the JSON encode array in the key there. It was neat. I mean, I'm just being lazy. I'm trying to be as lazy as possible. So this right here. Ooh, is that? Yeah, I think we need to get rid of these. Okay, so result equals substring 0 to 10. So we only get the first 10 characters of the result. So the repeating string feels like base 64. Kiyotaka, hello, nice to see you here. Are you... What are we... Are we talking about this? This is base 64. So the base 64, this is a base 64 encrypted string, but I mean decoding the string doesn't necessarily give you. Does it give you like insight to what's in the cookie? Let me give it a try. It's been a while since I've done this. Base 64 decode. Yeah, so I mean the thing is that the base 64 decode is also paired up with an XOR operation. So we need to decode it and then XOR it in order to get anything that that's legible. Just a second, everybody. I need to put on some more music. How about we try some of this? Okay, White. White says, I'm a dual seed line. Dual seed line. I've never heard of dual seed line before. Okay, so Sick in the Mind says, the repeating string is just the limit of the secret. When XOR finishes the length of the secret, it'll reuse it. Yeah, I mean... Oh, I think we're talking about... Okay, let me pull it up one more time. I'm pretty sure we're talking about... We're talking about this. This is like an artifact of XOR encryption. So whenever you XOR encrypt something that is not as long, so when you XOR encrypt a string that is not as long as, where the key is not as long as the original string, it's going to repeat over and over again until it fits the length of the original string. Okay, Clue Gamer says, how can I learn the hacking? Learn the hacking. Yeah, I mean, I've got Clue Gamer, hello, nice to see you here. I can give you a starter pack of some YouTube playlists you can check out. Okay, so is PHP or Python better for websites? I think it's called backend. So I mean, PHP is Python. Python is a backend. Some people do use Python as a backend. I'm not especially like very well versed in web development, but yeah. Let me thank the subscribers, Red Bucket and Ahmed. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, Ken BDX is interesting XOR size. Yeah, not super big. Second of Mind says for a newbie, PHP is probably safer. Sorry, Python. Python is probably safer for newbies. I mean, what is the name of the backend for PHP? No, sorry, Python. So Python, I think it's called like Flask. So Python Flask servers. So it's a lightweight web application server used for building web application and APIs in Python. Yeah, I've seen some pretty nice implementations of Flask. Of course, you have to be careful when you're using Flask as well. There are multiple server engines for Python web servers. I mean, I only know about Flask. If you've got some other ones like that you remember offhand, let us know. Django, yeah. I've heard of Django too. Django as well, rather. Anyways, what were we getting up to? Okay, so here, so we can get around this problem by piping the output of the command into cut. Pipe into cut. And repeat until you have the entire flag. Okay, dual seed line Christian identity. I mean, am I gonna like what I see when I search this? Yeah, looks. That's interesting. We're not here to talk about anything political. So, I mean, if you've got political stuff to say, please take it somewhere else. Okay, so Kiyotaka says, I'm a little confused. Is it obfuscation? Then it totally changes the perspective. Well, I mean, this is supposed to be, it's supposed to be encryption. So this would be, what is the word? This would be fine. This XOR encryption method would be fine if the key was as long as the thing that's being encrypted. But since there is repetition when we decode this, then it doesn't. Yeah, it's not okay. Whenever you do XOR encryption, you need to make sure that the thing that's being encrypted and the key are the same length. Otherwise, it's not going to be safe. How did we learn about all this? So, I mean, with time and experience. I mean, if I pick up a couple of little tricks each day, and after a few years, you've got a big bag of tricks, basically, security tricks. But if let's see, I think I've got a write-up for this as well. Let's finish up this write-up. So commit those changes. We're done. So Kiyotaka, it says the PHP code XOR encrypts JSON using the key. Yeah. You didn't go to college or a coding boot camp? No, I didn't. I learned most of what I know about security on my own. If people tell you that you need to go to specific classes or, like, college in order to learn about security, it's not true. The fact is that most people, the people who are best at security, they're people who do a lot of learning on their own. And I mostly learned through YouTube. I did a lot of YouTube, and now I run a YouTube channel that has a bunch of explanations for different security challenges. I'm not trying to say that I'm an expert on. I'm not an expert on security. It's just that I like to learn through teaching people. Okay, so this is done. We can move on to the next thing. I'm afraid to hack. I'm afraid of going to prison. I mean, if you don't hack anything illegally, then you're fine. Hacking isn't necessarily like an illegal activity. So let's talk about it real quick, just for, just to explain. So the people who are also hackers here, you can verify what I'm saying or disagree. So hacking is the unintentional use of a system that benefits the user in some way. Hacking is not restricted to computer systems. Any system of sufficient complexity can probably be abused/hacked. Okay, dang, I hate Nano. I'm more of a Vim guy. No worries. The people who are Vim people are very, very passionate about Vim. Let's see. So what is blue team versus red team and C2 frameworks? So, yeah, blue team versus red team for cybersecurity. The blue team is defensive, and the red team is offensive. So these two terms are from military exercises, where the blue team defends and the red team attacks. Okay, so I watched a video on ternary computing. Apparently it's more efficient for LLM AI models. Ternary computing, I don't know that term. I do not know that term, pardon the pun. So hacking, any system of sufficient complexity can probably be abused or hacked. And yeah, hacking is not illegal unless you're hacking in an illegal way. That's my 2 cents. Base 3 computing logic rather than base 2 binary. Uses trits instead of bits. It sounds like it could be really. It sounds like a very interesting idea. It's just that you need to find an implementation where the third value is something that you can read very, very easily. Because that's the problem. That's the problem trying to use any sort of computing system that's beyond binary. Because binary is like an on and off, and it's using like electrical pulses. So there is an electrical pulse, or there isn't an electrical pulse. That's the 0 and the 1. I'm not too sure how you would get a ternary system to work if that's the case. Okay, Soviets made a ternary computer. If you can get the third value to, yeah, like I said, the third value has to be worked out. But if it's possible, then a lot of cool stuff could probably be done with it. Okay, let's move on. We're trying to use the darn Kaido, program. Where are we? It has something to do with voltage ratios. There are videos they can watch on YouTube. Kiyotaka, hello, nice to see you here. And if my theory is true, then you can decode it back to show password yes, background color FFFF. Clue Gamer says, can we make an AI for hacking? So true, false, and null. Those are the three states in ternary computing. I mean, it sounds like a very interesting concept. If I could see it working out in the wild, that'd be great. Can we make an AI for hacking? I mean, a lot of people have already tried making AIs. Well, have already done like AI assistants for hacking, and I'm pretty sure that people have trained their LLMs to do like cyber attacks. Not that we're going to be talking about doing that stuff ourselves. Okay, so how do we use Kaido? So we got our intercept, our HTTP history. I mean, I've never used this thing before. Update available, logs convert. I was supposed to take this thing up for a test drive, but I don't know how to get started. Hold on. Kaido tutorial. CanPDX says, BlazeBits has been working on an AI to play CTFs live on stream since February. Yeah, is he using Claude, or is he using like what is the word where you connect large language models up to API endpoints? It's like MCP or something like that. Do you have a Discord server? Yeah, we certainly do. Okay, so here's our Reddit, and here's our Discord. Oh, we've got a bunch of video tutorials. That's great. So, does anybody here use Kaido? If you do, or if you have used Kaido before, let us know. Because I need to figure out how to navigate Kaido from a Burp Suite point of view. Kaido is it's an alternative to Burp Suite. And a lot of people have told me to check this out. So we got HTTP history here, great. And we just need to figure out how to ingest the information. Okay, what could be the use of the last room's bonus flag? I'm guessing, so Technologia, hello, nice to see you here. I'm guessing that the last flag is probably some sort of, well, it's probably something that you can use for another room. CanPDX says, I think he's using Claude on the back end, but he has a bunch of frameworks and agents involved as well. I mean, it sounds very cool. Okay, so learn Kaido with hands-on labs. Oh, there's labs? Interesting. Huh. You know, I definitely want to check this out later. Okay, do you know x86 64 assembly? I've been learning it, but I know you need to know machine code to write shell code. Yeah, that's true. I've got a good website for learning x86 assembly. It's called asmtutor.com. There are a bunch of tutorials for writing ASM code. Here you go. There's a hacker named Weave, and he said to learn pure C and assembly to write shellcode. That's not that's not bad advice. That's pretty good advice, I'd say. I mean, I plan on eventually writing a reverse engineering and binary hacking course, and we're going to be focusing on using C and x86 assembly. So, does Kaido have its own browser? You know what? I'm just going to ask the AI. Just a second. Does Kaido have its own web browser like Burp Suite? If not, how do we set up a proxy to hook into our own web browser? Pac-Man, hello, nice to see you here. Are you more specialized in reverse engineering or web hacking? I don't know very much about reverse engineering, so I'd say that web hacking, I've got more experience doing web hacking. I don't consider myself an expert, of course. I'm trying to learn reverse engineering right now because I eventually want to write a little course on beginner's reverse engineering. Okay, no, Kaido does not have a built-in browser. That's all it's going to tell me? Okay. So I need to figure out how to set up the proxy. Okay, Kiyotaka says, what Linux flavor started your hacking career? Well, I mean, I didn't know how to use any Linux when I started, of course. I use Kali Linux, and I have used other distributions of Linux as well, but everything I learned through Kali Linux. If you want to find out how to get your own Kali machine, you can visit this website. And let's see, do you use Ghidra or IDA Pro? I've used Ghidra before, but I've mostly used command line tools for reverse engineering. Stuff like Radare 2. And let me pull up a little video. So if you want to create your own Kali Linux machine, which is, hold on, which is a pretty good idea if you want to learn cybersecurity. I've got a video that that teaches you how to do that. Can you recommend what you use for reverse engineering? Radare 2? Yeah, it's actually a very popular tool. Hold on. So if you want to give this a try yourself, installing a VirtualBox in Kali Linux, this is the video to watch. Kiyotaka says, I had a one-on-one session with John Hammond, okay. He said, start with Ubuntu, learn how to install tools and run them, and then adapt them. That makes sense. I mean, Ubuntu is also a very popular distribution of Linux. It's very popular with people who want a very, what is the word? Windows-like experience. Anime Boy, hello, nice to see you here. How to start from zero. Check out the starter pack over here. So these video lists, these playlists. Would you recommend books for red teaming? I mean, I don't learn from books. I learn from courses. I learn from labs and exercises. I do most of my learning hands-on. I don't have very good recommendations for books. Okay, let's go ahead and put on some birds. Okay, here are some happy birds. We're just going to take a little water break for about 40 seconds. We'll be back in just a few moments. But enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. Okay, Burn Knuckles. That's a really fun reference. Are you a fan of SNK fighting games by any chance? Thank you very much for subscribing, Burn Knuckles. Let's see. Do you use Dirbuster? Dirbuster is like a graphic user interface tool. Most of the time, I recommend using... What do we use for dir busting? So for dir busting, directory busting, the tools I recommend is either FFUF, GoBuster, or some people like to use, what is it called? Ferrix Buster. So these are very popular tools for directory busting. I'd say both GoBuster and Ferrix Buster are pretty good. I don't use FFUF so much for directory busting, but it's a lot of people do. Pentest Plus. Oh, Pentest Plus the Pentest Plus book is probably kind of out of date. I'm not too sure when it was published. CompTIA, CompTIA doesn't have the best reputation for security materials. Let me see if I can get the publication date. Pentest Plus book. Pentest Plus study guide. Yeah, the stuff in the Pentest Plus is probably pretty old. First edition. Let's see if we can get like a publishing date. Published in March of 2023. Wow, that's pretty surprising. Okay, do you, please don't be insulted, do you get paid handsomely for your cybersecurity hobby career? Doing white hat things, I assume. Do I get paid handsomely? I don't get paid handsomely now because I'm doing education. So I'm trying to make a career out of teaching people cybersecurity, and I wouldn't say I'm getting rich, but people who work inside of cybersecurity, the median salary is pretty high. I wouldn't get into cybersecurity just because of money. There are other jobs you can do that'll earn you more money and are much less technically demanding than cybersecurity. But you should do cybersecurity if it's what you're really passionate about. And yeah, so that's my opinion on the matter. The short answer is I'm not being paid super handsomely right now for what I'm doing in cybersecurity. And thank you very much for subscribing, Ear Hen Gleep. Wow, that's some name. That's the thing that concerns me. Like any book about the attacks and the mediation, we'll probably get a date pretty quickly. Okay. Dev D, thank you for that message. FFSM asks, one question: should I start learning Linux Ubuntu? For learning ethical hacking, would that be the first step? Well, I mean, learning Linux in general is probably a good first step if you want to learn a lot more about cybersecurity, because the most popular distribution of Linux, the very popular distribution of Linux is used for cybersecurity, and that's Kali Linux. So Kali Linux, you can learn more about it over here. There you go. And thank you very much for subscribing, Chissy. Thank you. Okay, V9X Hacker says, where can I learn about CTF challenges, and how many months would it take to enter real challenges and get money? So V9X Hacker, are you talking about doing CTF challenges for money? Because that's going to take a really long time. If you're only entering CTF challenges to earn money, that's going to be a lot of training. I would use CTF challenges to learn more about cybersecurity, and then try to get a job working in the role that is relevant to your favorite CTF category. So, I mean, let's talk about this just for a second. So CTF categories / job roles. So if you like web app hacking, that's one common category in CTFs. There's forensics, or let's just call it digital forensics. There is cryptography. That's very common. Reverse engineering. binary hacking, and what's the last one? I think that's it. Am I missing something? Anyways, these are the basic categories that you'd find in CTFs. Whoops, where did I go? Here. Okay, so web app hacking is associated with, let's see, web security, pen testing. Digital forensics is associated with forensics and analysts. That's that role. We do the bonus question in this live. It's more like brute force hacking. Yeah, Technologia. Did you run into a problem with rate limiting in when you were doing brute forcing? Roll call says would pay pretty handsomely because I gotta be honest. I graduated with a cybersecurity network technician degree. I'm assuming, and where I live, I'm told I need to get a bachelor's before I can even get into the field. Wait, you can graduate with degrees that are below bachelor's? I didn't know. What? I mean, that might be like in another country. Let's see. I'm on Windows because I like playing Halo. Yeah. I mean, gaming is a pretty good reason to stick to Windows. Roll call says, with AI ruining the field, what should we do? I feel a little lost after going through years of school only to be told I have to keep going, and also being told that AI is changing jobs. Let's see. So I'm being forced into engineering. So, okay, so V9 Hacker says, thanks, give me some websites focused on CTFs. In California. California. Alright, so V9 X Hacker, let me give you some resources. So I've got a bunch of links on the HackerFrogs GitHub. Let me pull it up. Over here. So just check out some of these links. So roll call says that AI is ruining the field. What should we do? We can talk about that a little bit as well. Cryptography, yeah, I mean, you can be a cryptographer. I think that people who do cryptography are really, really cool. I mean, I couldn't do it, but I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what cryptographers do, or like how prevalent that job is. So reverse engineering and binary hacking, these both go into job roles such as malware analyst and malware researcher. Okay, so I would line cybersecurity as a hobby and not a serious career if AI is going to take over the industry. The original hackers were all hobbyists anyway. They turned into a career later. YouTube username says, do AI projects and stuff. Well, I mean, I'd say that let's see, cybersecurity and AI. So this is it's a big topic. People are saying that AI will do a lot of cybersecurity jobs. It's likely that the number of roles or the number of positions for cybersecurity will decrease. But there will always be a need for people who understand security. Because if there are no people who understand security and we give the security tasks entirely to AI, then we are in a very bad spot if something breaks. Okay, so V9X says, how much will you get paid in the USA for a cybersecurity role with 2 years of experience? It's not that easy to answer because there are a lot of different cybersecurity roles and they don't pay the same. So that kind of question is not easy to answer. Okay, do you use Maldev Academy? I mean, I've heard of Maldev Academy. It's a very popular. It's got a very popular course. If you want to learn about malware development, you can find it over here. The course costs about $500 US, but I wouldn't take it if you don't already know. If you don't already know. If you don't already know like reverse engineering C compiled binaries and x86 assembly already, and you haven't done a lot of like reverse engineering challenges or like binary hacking challenges, I wouldn't take this course. It'll be too difficult for you to do. V9X says, I understand what is the low salary and the medium. And thank you very much for subscribing, Benito de Jesus Munez Perez. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that, but thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, let's continue. what were we continuing doing? We're talking about doomsaying cybersecurity and AI. So yeah, like definitely do cybersecurity if you're passionate about it. Do not do cybersecurity if you think it'll make you rich. Or do not do cybersecurity only if you think it'll make you rich. Have you ever developed polymorphic malware? No polymorphic malware for me. Jason IT Solutions says cybersecurity is not a walk in the park. I mean, there are doing it as a career is not a walk in the park. People can pick up like aspects of cybersecurity pretty easily, I think, and there are some concepts in cybersecurity that are very easy to understand. Okay, Darius Network says, are there any good packet tracers or just event logs for iOS? Darius Network, I am not the person to talk to when as far as like iOS is concerned or like Mac OS. I know next to nothing about iOS or Mac OS. The problem with Mac OS and iOS is that they do not want people looking at their stuff unless you've paid for the stuff. The problem with Mac/Apple in security education. Everything is proprietary. I see next to zero education resources talking about Apple security. That isn't to say that Apple products are safer, because the education material isn't there. There are a lot of people looking to hack Apple stuff. Ken PDX says, I think you need a jailbroken device to get to that level of packet inspection on iOS. Darius Network says, thinking about installing Ubuntu as a workaround. Ubuntu as a workaround. Okay. So never sell out and work for the government unless Unless it's against... wait, we're talking about not talking about politics, jeez. Okay, Defus says, current AI is so bad that it takes even more CS people than before. I mean, who would actually rely on AI for security stuff nowadays? Who fixes all the AI vulnerabilities that people might not even know about yet? The AI itself, I doubt it. Well, I mean, I agree, Defus, for sure. Thank you very much for subscribing, Huang Hai Viet. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that name, but thank you very much. Okay, so that's Mac and Apple and security. Yeah, so I guess we can talk more about AI and security as well. AI is very well used as a tool for human operators to use to look through, especially like large data sets. AI making decisions isn't going so well so far. Okay, so let's see. How much programming do you know? Personally, I know I know Python, and I know like a little bit about. I'm most comfortable using Python. I can do some basic coding in C, and I can do some very, very, very basic coding in x86 assembly. But Python is my primary language. Okay, thank you very much for subscribing, Riddick Barman. Thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, so AI is susceptible to model collapsing. The AI eating itself if trained on other AI-generated training data, or so I hear. Yeah, I mean, I hear about cannibalization of like training data. AI needs human-created content to train off of, and not AI-generated content. Darius Network says, these zero-click, 0 days are bad, and yeah, I figured out with Ubuntu on iOS, I can at least run an Nmap from a device. I mean, my knowledge on iOS is not very good, but I'm pretty sure that iOS and Linux are not super. They're not super. What is the word? Unrelated, because iOS was originally like a form of Unix. That's what I've heard. Okay, so Anime Boy says, which sector in programming is the most money? I mean, I don't know about programming. If anybody in chat knows about which sector in programming is the most lucrative, then let us know. Okay, so how do you know about binary trees? Binary trees? Are we talking about binary trees or binary search? I mean, I know what binary search is, but I'm not completely... Binary tree. Binary tree is a hierarchical data structure in which each node has at most 2 children, referred to the left child and the right child. Is this what we're talking about? Okay, hello, why doesn't this get bold? Oh, I mean, Sharesh. Shreyash? Shreyash. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? I just joined now. I'm from India and it's morning here. Hello, nice to see you here. Let's see, black hatting is the most lucrative to be. Well, I mean, we're not talking about programming anymore. Black hatting is referring to cybersecurity. Okay, or hacking rather. So it's a binary tree, I guess. Okay, and Ken PDX says that's the kind of thing you learn about in data structures class if you're a CS student. I mean, I've never been to CS classes before. Everything I've learned about computer science, I've learned through something that's kind of related to computer science, like learning about like architectures, like computer architectures, x86, for example, like memory registers. I've never taken a formal computer science course. And my Guga, what does that mean? my Guga, hey, let's not send weird messages like that. I don't appreciate it. Darius Network says 2013 for Apple devices. What are we talking about? The mainframe is a secure root for programming, but I don't know. I mean, I would say that there's probably some really good money in learning like old programming languages, because there's all sorts of really old systems that run on like archaic programming languages. So old programming languages won't go away. Shrash says, if you never took a course, then how can you hack? If you never took a course, then how can you hack? Well, I mean, I've done a lot of study, but I haven't necessarily like been to school for this stuff. So old programming languages that won't go away, stuff like, what is it called? COBOL? What are some other like really old programming languages that Pascal maybe? But yeah, there are a lot of these languages that were used to write software for banking and what is the other big field that uses like this really old stuff? Like industrial control, maybe? If you know how to code in these languages, there might be a cushy job for you. Old NASA systems. Banks still run COBOL. I said it. Well, there you go. So GradXT says mainframes for. Oh, okay. Fortran and BASIC. BASIC? People were like Fortran. Every time I write one of these old languages, I always wanted to write it in like all caps for some reason. I kind of refuse to believe that people were writing like super important systems using BASIC, but I don't know. Plants on Fire, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, and yeah, so if you know how to, code in a really old language, then you might be very, very specialized, and people might be hiring these kind of people to work some very, very high-paying jobs. So it just goes to show you that there's no language that is completely extinct, as long as it was popular at some point in time. Okay, let's go back. And I'm still trying to figure out how to use Kaido. Thank you very much, Vin Fan. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Ada? Is Ada a language? I don't even know. Does anybody know how to connect the proxy in Kaido? Kaido web proxy. Setup. Okay, proxying local traffic. To proxy local traffic, it's necessary to bypass implicit rules that match against localhost addresses using a method. Oh, we can use like Foxy proxy or something? Jeez. I haven't used this thing in forever. And thank you very much for subscribing, Mohammed Karim. Thank you. Thank you very much. The ARM architecture is the future, and how much math do you need to know? Trigonometry, multivariable calculus, vector calculus, linear algebra, real analysis, complex analysis, set theory, topology. We're talking about wow. You brought up like different computer architectures, right? So currently, like the most devices out there, like, you know, PCs and laptops, they use x86 chipsets. But a lot of like Apple devices, so the x86 chipset, this is for Intel chips, AMD. The other really popular chipset right now is ARM, and that's used by Apple devices. So Apple devices, mobile phones, and there are some other chipsets as well, stuff like, is it called like RISC-V? I'm not exactly sure which devices use RISC-V. Is it like industrial control? Or something else? I'm not exactly sure. Some people say that ARM is becoming much more popular. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. Ada was developed by the Defense Department and mandated on certain projects at least for a while. I'm sure there's Ada code running there somewhere. I heard that the military, like the American military, created their own programming language. Have you ever heard of blue snarfing? Blue snarfing. What? Is it some sort of fantasy creature? Let me do a quick search. Oh, unauthorized access of information via Bluetooth. Okay. Bluetooth hacking. Okay. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Lale. Thank you. Yes, they did, and that was Ada. Oh, Ada was the programming language that the military created. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm just looking it up on Wikipedia right now. Huh. Yeah, no, I heard about it in the, it was popular at DEF CON a decade ago. The Ada programming language? You put airplane mode on in DEF CON nowadays. Oh, you're talking about the blue snarfing. There's one really popular YouTube video from Lori Wired. She's a very popular cybersecurity. She has a very popular. She's a very popular YouTube channel talking about security stuff, and yeah, she mentions the Ada programming language in this video over here. If you want to check it out. What are we talking about? Okay, proxy and local traffic. Anyways, GredXT says put the burner phone in the Faraday bag. No Bluetooth abuse. Okay. There's a reason why you put the airplane mode on in DEF CON nowadays. Alright, we've got another ad. Sorry about that, everybody. We need to take a little break when the ads happen on Twitch. But you know what? We can watch the birds. Ooh, what are some good ones? How about... How about these ones? There you go. Okay, so there's we're just gonna take a little water break. We'll be back in about 50 seconds. Okay, so I'll explain what's going on here, just while we're watching this little bird video. So this bird right here, this is a fledgling bird. So the bird was probably just graduated to flying out of the nest, and this is the parent, the mama bird. So the mama bird is feeding the baby bird by passing it little seeds and stuff. It's very, very cute. Okay, let's go ahead and get back to the hacking. All right, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Target Spirit, thank you very much. And let's catch up with chat. So let's see. If you use AirPlay tech, it will avoid airplane mode defense. Well, I mean, I'm not too sure about that. I don't know too much about that. KenBDX says, I took a few courses at the Naval Postgraduate School back in the day in the early 2000s, and Ada was used everywhere in the curriculum. So I guess they're still using that military-only programming language. That's not unusual, I'd say. Persona Management says, getting an amateur radio license couldn't hurt to put on a resume, which could help in many modern-day networking positions. You know, Persona Management, I'm actually very surprised how popular like ham radio is among like people who like hacking stuff. So like hacker hobbies. So popular hobbies include stuff like ham radio, which means that a lot of people are really into Morse code, and like lockpicking is also super popular amongst hackers. I mean, I'm guessing that another like popular hobby would be like drone operation. If anybody has any other like fun hacker hobbies, let us know. So KenBX says, do you think Ada was transferable to other languages, or was it its own thing? You know, I'm actually kind of curious what language Ada was closest to, as far as like the way it's laid out. Okay, so I just subscribed, but the bot isn't coming. Oh, is it not coming? And Alberto Cadena, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. And let's see. So what do you think? Oh, cryptography. Cryptography, I don't know if we would call it a hobby, but I guess hacker hobbies, I mean, probably a lot of them like to do like Sudoku or something. Probable puzzles like jigsaw puzzles, geocaching. Oh, geocaching, yeah, geocaching. A lot of people, a lot of hackers that I know like to do a lot of hiking. I'm not exactly sure how that's related, but sure. But no, I haven't seen your subscription there, Suresh, unfortunately. Do-it-yourself electronics. Yeah, like, electronics and, like, you know, soldering stuff. Sigmine says it's important to watch out for your health with a sedentary life like pen testing. That's true. That's very true. What is geocaching? Geocaching is looking for hidden, like hidden little packages out in the middle of nowhere. So people will look for them, and I'm not sure if they're like assisted. I think they're given like they're like websites that keep track of where the geocaches are. And you can hike out to different locations and look for them. And generally what you do is after you find a geocache, there's like a little piece of paper that you can sign to prove that you found that geocache, that kind of stuff. Rolex says, I am unable to buy the subscription. Oh, buy the subscription. Did they lock my account? I'm not sure. I need to check that out. But thank you very much for trying. Rolex, thank you. Is it like Cicada 3301? No. It's much simpler than Cicada 3301. Let's look it up. What is geocaching? Yeah, it's a real world outdoor treasure hunting game where participants use GPS coordinates on a smartphone to find hidden containers called geocaches placed all over the world. So it's kind of like a treasure hunt. Jarius Network says the toes being used in diversive terrains helps heal brain and build new connections. Nature helps with burnout and brain fog, I think. I mean, I I enjoy doing stuff out in the real world. You can't just be sitting in front of your computer forever. That's not the. Oh, my avatar isn't animating. Hold on. I'm gonna need to restart the avatar. Just a second, everybody. Okay, let's restart that thing. Roll Call says, I wish there were more apps for it. Geocaching is fun. I mean, I haven't tried it out myself. I'd love to be able to go out with somebody else who is doing like a geocaching, like a geocaching hunt, I guess you'd call it. But what is ham locking? Ham locking? I've never heard of that. I mean, we're talking about ham radio. If you know what ham locking is, let me know. Okay, I don't. I can't see anybody's super chats. That's unfortunate. Maybe next time I need to take a look at my YouTube settings. Ham locking, ham radio, yeah. So it's basically learning how to broadcast over. What does the word ham in ham radio stand for? Hold on. So ham radio or amateur radio is a popular non-commercial radio service for personal communication. Oh, I think another thing that's really popular amongst hackers is... What was that technology called? It's where you lock away the Christmas ham so that your greedy uncle can't eat it all. I also mentioned GeoGuessr. GradXT, I'm sorry, what were you saying? Your avatar isn't animating, and you said something else as well. Do-it-yourself electronics. Philip Zeffy, hello. Do you know GeoGuessr? Oh, GeoGuessr, yeah. GeoGuessr's, well, it's a fun little game where you guess where you are, depending on where you are in, like, Google Maps or something. I don't know too much about it, but I've seen people playing it. So I think it was something about like mesh networks. Hold on. Or like Meshtastic, I think. So Meshtastic is a open source, off-grid, decentralized mesh network to run, built to run on affordable, low-power devices. So this is something that that I've heard is pretty popular amongst hackers as well. Ooh, that's not a very nice link. This is, though. Self-hosting and smart home. Ham radio because pork radio just sounded too weird. What does the HAM stand for in ham radio? Okay, so Foxy Proxy, click on the Foxy Proxy browser extension, options loopback, global, exclude input field. What's up? Oh, Nestor, hello, nice to see you here. You know, we haven't done a redeem in a while. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
It doesn't stand for anything, does it not? Okay, so click on the Foxy Proxy browser extension. I don't think I have it here, do I? I would need to install it. I haven't installed Foxy Proxy on anything in forever. Foxy Proxy. You know what? Let's stop doing Kaido. We're not going to get anywhere with Kaido. But what we can do is we can try to do the last challenge for Advent of Cyber, which is over here. Just a second. So this is it over here. Amateur radio. I'm a GAM radio operator. I like sending emails and packets over radio waves. Is that a thing? Cowboy, hello, nice to see you here. Will you upload this live? The live is it's you can watch it after the fact, of course. But yeah, we're doing Advent of Cyber. We're doing the last room. There's a brute force attack you can do in the last room. So if anybody wants to do this along with us, this is the link over here. Okay, so let's give this a try. So we'll just start up the target machine. And I think I'm going to do this on the attack box. The reason why we're doing this on the attack box is because we're going to be doing a lot of brute forcing attacks. And brute forcing attacks that are on the same network, they're a lot faster than over a VPN connection. Okay, X Triple, hello, nice to see you here. Sup, man? New here. What's your background for this cyber stuff? I mean, I've been learning cybersecurity for the last almost 5 years, and I worked briefly as a web app security tester for about half a year, and yeah, that's my background. Afterwards, I decided to go into cybersecurity education, and I'm trying to teach people about cybersecurity on live streams, so stuff like YouTube and Twitch, and yeah, I'm here. TT Zote, hello, nice to see you here. Meshtastic is like a telegraph. It's very old technology. Very old technology. Root Fate, hello, nice to see you here. And Guy Turov, hello to you as well. Great. Okay, and Ali Fajimi, I love you. Well, that's great. I love you too. That's a very kind message. Let's see. You can't get in trouble for hacking those HackMe websites, or could they selectively screw you over if they wanted to? I mean, if you're talking about cybersecurity education platforms like this, then it's very unlikely that the people on this platform are going to go after you for hacking their stuff, because it's meant to be hacked. If you're talking about hacking them directly outside of these challenges, it's not something you should do. Okay, Neil Fraser Tech, thank you very much for your message. Happy holidays and happy hacking. Yeah, happy holidays to everybody, and everybody who's celebrating Christmas. Merry Christmas. ZeroXT says it's all about scope. They give you permission to hack designated targets. If you start trying to do something that's not part of the challenge, like brute forcing other people's accounts, then yes. I mean, you can get in trouble for hacking the infrastructure of TryHackMe because it's outside of the actual cybersecurity education exercises. And thank you very much for... What if they really hate you? Well, I mean, I would never know. I would never know. Rarty Tria, hello, nice to see you here. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Alpharin Metin, thank you. Okay, let's get back to our hacking stuff. We've got our terminal here, and we've got one last exercise to hack. Subbed, X Triple, thank you very much. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to keep track of the IP address. This is what we're going to be hacking. And I think I can put this in its own browser tab. Guy Turov, TryHackMe does it offer Active Directory rooms for training? Yeah, there's TryHackMe stuff for Active Directory. Diva says they would do that once and then no one would use their platform anymore. Oh, you're talking about going after people? Well, I mean, if they're going after people for legitimate hacking of their infrastructure, then that's totally valid. But if they're going after people for hacking in their education modules, then yeah, if they actually did that, then people would stop using their stuff, and then they would, you know, not make money. Okay, so we've got our IP address. So can we copy it? Okay, Alpha, Alper and Metin, hello, nice to see you here. I'm new. How often do you do the live on YouTube? Yeah, we're live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You can see the schedule over at the Reddit. And you can also join our Discord community if you like. There you go. Here's some links. Okay, so I think we're going to be doing some brute force attacks against this IP address right here. I just need to get some more information about how we're doing this. Just a second. Okay, Zaya Dayman, hello, nice to see you here. Can you recap on the recon steps? Yeah, we're going to do the recon right now. So we're only doing the very last task for this room. And the very last task has us accessing this website right here. Okay, so if we access this with curl, then we see this message here. So access denied, the admin panel is terminal only and accessible only using secret computer. So secret computer is, oh, I forgot. When I did my my brute force attacks earlier, I forgot to use the custom user agent header. Have you ever used G on 4chan? No, I've never used 4chan before. What does curl do? So curl is it's a terminal-based text it's a terminal-based web access tool. So you can basically download pages, the contents of pages using curl instead of using your web browser. Okay, so I guess what we need to do is we need to include the user agent. That's like supercomputer or secret computer. Hold on, what was the thing again? Hold on, let's change up the music. Let's do some of this. Okay, so the admin panel is terminal only and only accessible using secret computer. So we can change up our user agent header to secret computer. And then we get some different output here. Neil Fraser Tech says, this is a really cool stream. Hello, and thank you very much. I'm here to help people learn about cybersecurity stuff. We also go through cybersecurity exercises, and thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Zayad Ayman, thank you. And Rarity asks, do you have any specific programming language? Do you use any specific programming language? Because I thought it would be a little bit similar. I'm just a newbie, don't take it seriously. Would be grateful if you give a context of what's going on. So we're trying to do a web app hacking exercise over here. We need to brute force the username and password from the web page here. If you want to do the same stuff we're doing right now, you can access it over here if you have an account over at tryhackme.com. So Rakesh asks, what is the best stable version of Kali Linux? The latest one is so stuffy I need a clean and best on. So can you recommend me? Well, I mean, the version I'm using is pretty... I haven't had any problems with it. Let's see. So it's like uname-a. So this is Kali Linux version 6.12.38. And this is from... I think this is August. It's August of this year. But look for the release that that came out in August of 2025. Neil Fraser Tech says Parrot is just dropped Echo. Just dropped Echo. It's pretty dope. Do you have a link for Parrot? I've always wanted to try out Parrot, but the last time I tried, I wasn't able to get it like a good, what is the word? A good image. And thank you very much for subscribing, Abdallah Farag. Thank you. Okay, so Rarity says, do you have any specific programming language? So, I mean, specific programming languages? I would say that it's not like a universal truth, but a lot of people recommend learning Python as a first programming language. There are reasons to not learn Python, but I think it's a pretty good language to learn. Everybody uses it. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people use it. And I've got, where is it? I've got some good links, and just in case you want to learn it, over here at the HackerFrogs GitHub. PWS, PWD, LS, and cat. Yeah. Those are definitely Linux commands. Where were we doing this? We're doing it over here. So what we're doing here is we're trying to brute force this particular web page, and we need to brute force a specific endpoint. So the endpoint, I think, is the login endpoint. So login. So it says error post username and password required. So we can give the this information via curl. So via the command line, so something like username equals admin and password equals admin. We'll see if this works. Probably not. Status fail, message invalid credentials. So, okay. That means that we need to we need to do something different. And somebody just subscribed. I don't know how to I don't know what those characters are. I'm going to try auto-translating them. This is Arabic. Arabic, hello, this says. Hello, nice to see you here. Thanks, brothers, you got a new follower. No worries, no worries. If anybody has any questions or wants an explanation as to what's going on, I'll try to answer as best I can. Of course, if the messages are going by too fast, I can't read them all. So Sick in the Mind says, Fedora is good to learn if you're trying to learn Red Hat for admin work. It's good to know how to navigate different flavors of Linux, but it's not a good out-of-the-box pen testing operating system. I mean, I've heard that people can use any Linux distribution they wanted to do pen testing stuff, as long as they know how to install the tools. But, I mean, a lot of people use Kali Linux because it's got all the tools installed already. I do see the benefit to using like a lighter weight operating system than Kali Linux, which can feel very, very bloated. Rotten Humanado says, I use Arch, by the way. Thank you very much for adhering to the meme. Thank you. And Prashant says, brother, what machine are you using? Are you using Linux or Windows or Mac? I'm using Linux on top of Windows. So this is Kali Linux on top of Windows 10. And so we've got our error message right here. So from here, I think what we can do is we can give this to FFUF. So FFUF, let's see, we need to give some data here. Thank you very much for subscribing, Neil Thomas on YouTube. Thank you very much. The Hunter says, hello, brother. I'm a new follower of yours. Hello, nice to see you here. And do you like OpenBSD? I hear it's security focused. OpenBSD is the free version of Linux. I don't know very much about it, aside from the fact that there was a split. There was a split in the Unix community that, let's talk very, very briefly about this. So, what was it? Computing lineages? So first you had Linux, and Linux branched off into like OpenBSD. And I think the original Unix is still around somewhere. I don't know how popular it is. The other like branch that emerged from Unix is Linux. These are both popular. I mean, I don't know how popular OpenBSD is. Linux is very popular. And Koshiki says, I use Arch, by the way, of course. OpenBSD is Unix based, not is Unix-based, not Linux-based. It uses a Unix kernel. Yeah, so it's not the same, but it is. It did branch off from the original Unix. Okay, so let me figure out how to use FFUF. It's been a long time since I've had to do this kind of stuff with it. Are you doing bug bounty also? No bug bounty for me. What's the difference between a kernel and a hypervisor? A hypervisor is software that manages virtual machines. A kernel is the lowest level of the operating system. And Anase Dress, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome in. Okay, so we're looking FFUF help. So param text values. D is, I think we can give some data as well, right? HTTP options, post data. So the post data is the same basically. We can give like a custom user agent. Is it -A? Or is it something else? The Hunter says, why are you not doing bug bounty? Bug bounty takes a really long time, and it doesn't... If you're bad at bug bounty, you don't get paid. That's why I don't do bug bounty. Scott Perky, hello, nice to see you here. FTL music in the background while learning hacking big on this vibe. Thank you. BSD was long before Linux. Linux was its own implementation of the Unix standard. Modern Mac OS is based on BSD. Oh, thank you, PDX. So the next time I want to know how Linux and Mac OS are related. They're related through BSD. Thank you. So let's see. Anna Sidrus says, it's my first year studying cybersecurity. Welcome in. Hey. Hope you're having a good time. So, let's figure out how to do FFUF custom user agent. So let's see. Custom user agent is -H user agent. Okay, great. -H user -agent secret computer, and we'll just put that around some quotes. Okay, so as a GATCH, are certifications really necessary for getting a cybersecurity job? I'd say no. Hold on. I'll answer the question after the break. We just need to take a little bit of a break for an ad. But in the meantime, check out these birds. Okay, we'll be back in just about a minute. I just need to wait for the ads on Twitch to pass by. If anybody's wondering, these are my favorite birds. Prashant says, the birds are... The food the bird is eating looks delicious. Why are you not doing bug bounty? I mean, I think I answered already. Bug bounty takes a really long time. And, I mean... Bug bounty takes a really long time. If you're unsuccessful doing bug bounty, you don't get paid. And, there's a lot of people with a lot of very, very strong opinions about bug bounty, both for and against. It's just not something I participate in. And I also can't do it on stream. Ken PDX says, have you ever considered bird bounty? Have I considered bird bounty? It battles the snake. Oh, the crested eagle. Okay, okay. And thank you very much for subscribing. AKR, thank you. Okay, so we're... sorry, I was going to answer somebody's question. Are certifications... So Asagach asked, are certifications really necessary for getting a cybersecurity job? So... are certs required to get a cyber job? They help. The better way to get a job in cybersecurity is through nepotism. Just kidding. The better way is actually by knowing people who are hiring through social networks. What is your age, brother? I'm 45. I'm 45, and I started learning cybersecurity when I turned 40. So if you're an older person and you're looking to get into cybersecurity, but you're afraid you're too old, well, there you go. Is Mac good for hacking? So user asks, is Mac good for hacking? You can hack using any device. You can hack using Windows, you can hack using Linux, you can hack using Mac. It's just Rarity says I'm 15. I mean, 15 is fine too. You know, just start learning. That's my advice. Okay, Rodden Humanado says there are companies with BB bug bounty programs that silently fix bugs and don't pay. Yeah, I mean, Kali Linux is not on Mac. Is there any issue? Well, I mean, the thing is that you just want to make sure that you can get all the tools that you want to use. Which country are you from? I'm Canadian. So I live on the West Coast. I am a big part of the Vancouver cybersecurity scene. And yeah, how did you start learning about cybersecurity? I mean, I decided that I wanted to do like a big career shift, and I started doing a bunch of research. And I settled on cybersecurity, and I did some hacking exercises, and I thought it was really fun. So that's why I decided to get into cybersecurity. Okay, so we're doing, our URL is over here. We're gonna set the password to our fuzz point. And we're gonna need to define like a word list. So our word list is gonna be user share word lists rocku.txt. Okay, Ken PDX says, I use my Mac. You can brew or pip install pretty much any tool you need. Don't need to use Kali. I mean, yeah, you don't need to use Kali Linux if you really don't want to. You can probably find most of the tools available for whatever system that you're looking for. There are other workarounds, of course. GradXT says there's an ARM build of Kali, I believe. However, the kind of cybersecurity that you want to study may pose problems being on that platform. You're talking about ARM? I mean, ARM gets in the way if you're trying to do reverse engineering for anything that's not ARM. But yeah, you can definitely use ARM devices to learn cybersecurity. But there are you might run into some problems. Anase Dress asks, is college material enough to learn? Do I have to double down and learn on my own like YouTube? I'd say that most people who go to university for cybersecurity, they need to supplement their learning by doing other educational exercises. I've never heard of anybody who's just done the college courses and gotten the degree in cybersecurity and gotten a job. Everybody I've talked to has to, they had to learn from other sources as well. Okay, is this all good? Is it going? I can't even tell. Okay, so 200 size 59. So we need to get rid of this. We need to get rid of everything that is not size 59, which is all these incorrect passwords. So we'll just filter on size 59. Rotten Humanado says, how about without a formal degree? There are lots of people working in cybersecurity without a degree. You don't need to have a college degree to work in cybersecurity. A lot of people do not. Still on Lazy Admin? I think we've kind of skipped past Lazy Admin, and we're doing the Advent of Cyber very last room. There's a bunch of brute forcing we need to do to get a last flag. Okay, so GredXT says degrees only go so far. That knowledge rapidly goes out of date without self-learning. And yeah, a lot of complaints that people have had about what is the word? About side quest, not the side quest. And Vibu, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Labitu says, your Sigma Skibbity Toilet, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Labitu. Nice to see you here. We're not working on the side quest, we're working on the main quest. The very last room. So day number 24. Unfortunately, it seems like the server fell over. Yeah, the server falls over after you send like a... How many requests is this? Like 80,000? I think we're going too fast. Merry Christmas! Hey, Merry Christmas. Okay, Rarity says, maybe college isn't that important. Well, I mean, if college costs a lot of money and you can put together your own learning path for cybersecurity, then I'd definitely skip the college, because there's certain people who thrive inside of like school environments. Hacking depends on the type. I suppose like there are certain types of people working in cybersecurity who really benefit from structured learning, like the type that you would get at university. But there are other types that really don't need it. And I'm JCS says, with them crazy hacking skills. Hello, nice to see you here. Arc Raiders and Fortnites and Apex servers are down. You need to fix them. Oh, really? Are they down? Why would they be down? But I'm JCS. Hello. Thank you very much for subscribing. Did we take down the server? I'm pretty sure we did. Let's do a quick curl. Yeah, okay, the server's dead. The game is rigged. Once you find out who rules you, they will cancel and fire you if you speak up. I'm planning on playing a rigged game. What are we talking about here? Jeez. Okay, maybe a possible approach would be to do a main degree and, well, I mean, this is something you have to decide on your own. GradXC says, I graduated with a 3.95 GPA. I always prefer my own projects. Okay, the Turnip says, sorry for getting to your message late. When I was in college doing IT stuff, I found that the most helpful thing I did was do personal projects of some kind. It forces you to resolve issues on your own and puts your skills that you learn to learn to use. Thank you. Okay, so Red Exile has subscribed with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much for the Twitch Prime subscription, Red Exile. And yeah, if you want to learn how to do, if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe on Twitch to my channel for free, and it gives me a cool $2.50. It is pretty cool. What was it? Prime. Here you go. Okay, thank you very much on Twitch, Red Exile, and thank you very much, Gilang Rama and Harindu Sadipa. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, let's give everybody some Hack the Planet. Thank you very much, Red Exile. Thank you very much for subscribing.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
And thank you very much for subscribing, Gilang Rama. Did I read that correctly? And Metronome, thank you very much. And Tarat56 and Trends Lab, thank you. Thank you very much. What do you think of? I mean, a lot of people who do hacking, they also camp out on their computer for many days on end. There's nothing wrong with liking your indoor activities. That's fine. Okay, let's go back. We need to restart this machine because it's dead now. We killed it. Okay, we need to reset the machine. Where is it? Here. Terminate the machine. And then restart the darn machine. Okay. I'm JCS asked, what do you hack? What do you hack? Well, we're currently hacking some web applications over here. A little web page. We're trying to break in. Of course, we're not... Ken PDX says a real hacker would graduate with a 4.0 GPA. Hope not to get caught. Yeah, I'm sure they could modify their grades, of course. But I mean, 4.0 is kind of a tell, isn't it? Cypher says I can't even reopen the THM browser. Can you refresh the page? That's a good question. Well, I mean, my THM attack box is working. I'm JCS asks, are you evil hacking or good hacking? Evil hacking or good hacking? Well, we don't do anything illegal here, because doing illegal stuff is against the terms of service on Twitch and YouTube. But even if it wasn't, we wouldn't be doing evil hacking, thank you. Bador, thank you, Bador says, after obtaining my ethical hacking certificate, what's the next big course that you would recommend to build the resume? Hello, Bador, nice to see you here. Ethical hacking certificate. What kind of ethical hacking certificate are we talking about? Okay, so Red Exile says, I tuned in when you were talking about what age you got into. I'm in the exact same boat a couple years later. Thanks for the encouragement. I'm going to university, but only because it's paid for by VA. Okay, cool. It lays a lot of groundwork, but in reality, it's just about networking. The more people you know, the better. Much love. Hey, much love to you, Red Exile. Thank you very much. Okay, and, wow, lots of people subscribing. Bunghole Camper, that's great. Thank you very much for the subscription. Jacob Nevalia, thank you. Cyrillic Letters, thank you very much. Jazzy Net and Anas Edris, thank you. Metronome. Tarot56, thank you very much for the subscriptions. Chat is hopping, props on stand on top of chat. I'm trying the best I can. Sora says, I'm going to have an OOP final exam this afternoon, and I have to code on paper. Any tips? Code on paper? What are you expected to code? So, object-oriented programming final exam. I mean, are we talking about Python or something else? Shin BDR, hello, nice to see you here. Merry Christmas, Mr. Hat, long time. Okay, and Cypher says, if you are clever enough to cheat by hacking, you're probably clever enough to pass legitimately. What if you hack Satan? If you hack Satan, you wouldn't go to prison because he rules the world, but technically you didn't do anything morally wrong. That's interesting. I'd like to say that we don't do any illegal stuff on the live stream. Thank you very much. If hacking Satan were legal, then maybe we would. Anyways, let's see. Milosevich says, hey Shy Hat, good to see fellow nerds hacking on Hackmas. Well, I mean Xmas, Christmas. Thank you. How long have you been in cyber? How long have you been in cyber? So I've been learning about cybersecurity for 5 years. About 5 years, but I guess I've only been professionally in the cybersecurity for three and a half. Java on paper sounds like a horrible metric for knowledge. Yeah, yeah, coding on paper sounds like a horrible side effect of like AI stuff. Gilberto says, why are we talking about morals? Well, I mean, hacking and morals kind of goes together because you can use the hacking for good and you can use the hacking for bad. But we've got a new IP address now, hopefully. Where's the thing? Okay, by the way, if you have Amazon Prime, it's free to give your 1 Prime sub to this man if you're enjoying the content. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think I've got a guide for it over here. And yeah, thank you very much for subscribing. Who's up on subscriptions now? So Prashant Dimal, thank you very much for subscribing. Fernando Andre Montero Pascual, thank you very much. And yeah, thank you. Is it possible to get into cybersecurity in age 33, or is it too late? I mean, if you're willing to learn, a lot of people they pivot into cybersecurity from other fields. It's completely fine. Like, let me talk about this for just a sec. So let's see, cybersecurity from other fields. So I knew a person who was like a former nurse. So they went from nursing into cybersecurity, and she's actually a pretty popular personality inside of cybersecurity. Her name is, oh, what was her name? Somebody help me out. So she was a nurse, but then she went to cybersecurity, and she's pretty popular on Twitter. Trash Puppy. So yeah, so she's a pretty popular example of pivoting from another field into cybersecurity. She currently does pen testing, and let me see if I can pull up her Twitter. Her Twitter is pretty popular. Actually, no, X, Trash Puppy. Here we go. Lori, no, not Lori, not this time. Okay, let me catch up with chat. Just a second. So there are other people who come from other fields. Let's see. I was a former ESL teacher, and then I went into cybersecurity. A lot of people go into cybersecurity from network admin. So it's a related field. So network admin. There's also people who get into cybersecurity from developer. So let's see, like software engineers, they also go into cybersecurity. But you can go into cybersecurity from basically any field you want. Okay, what are you saying? Let's see. Let's catch up with chat. Never too late. I work Cyber Guru, cool. Nice to see you here. I worked in VAPT for the last 6 months. Now learning network VAPT. Any tips for me? I'm not too sure what VAPT is. If anybody else knows what VAPT is, and you can give some advice, please let Cyber Guru cool know about that. Gilberto Hernandez says, the Twitch chat to YouTube chat bot is cool. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I like it if the people can communicate with the two platforms can communicate with each other. That's great. GredXT says, I've had friends graduate in their 30s. Don't worry about it. Ken PDX says, I've had exams back in the day where I've had to write code on paper. Not really anything new. It's just that everybody's too used to copy paste these days, so it's hard to parse for some people. So there was some guy who learned Arabic at like 65. I don't see where you can't learn cybersecurity at 33. I mean, learning learning at later years in life, it's actually a really good thing to do to prevent what is the word? Mental decay. I don't know if that's the correct term. Sick in the Mind says, morals and ethics are important in this field because you'll encounter customers of all walks of life, from small mom and pops to mid-sized businesses and enterprises. They have to be able to trust you with access to their applications. You try to exploit them in a controlled setting so that you don't actually abuse their actual products for gain. Let's see. We're not talking about... we weren't talking about Lori, but thank you very much, Milosevic. Okay, have you ever seen the YouTube documentary Hacker Wars? I don't think I have. But let me keep that in mind. Okay, I'll just plug it into my other web browser and look at it later. Thank you. Okay, and it had Weave in it, from military intelligence to cyber. I've heard a lot of this stuff as well. So a lot of people, they would go from military to cyber. And I've heard like quite a few stories of that. Basically, in the military, I think they're able to sponsor like classes and stuff that talk about like tech topics. Okay, so VAPT is pen testing from OffSec. Oh, I haven't heard of that. Can you let me know what that is? VAPT is pen testing from OffSec. GradXC says Alzheimer and dementia. Yeah, I mean, I heard that the best thing you can do when you get older is to learn a new language, because it really keeps the brain going. Neuroplasticity. I think that's the term. Rotten humanato. Thank you. It's scary. I have the nerves of steel. I have nerves of steel. In my dream, the darknet was represented by underground tunnels. Okay. I mean that sounds great. Let's see. Andre says howdy. Hello, Andre. Nice to see you here. Red Exile says HH60 door gunner and flight experience to cybersecurity. I was fixed wing special missions aviator. Fractured my spine and had to pick a new career. Well, I mean, I hope you're having a good time learning about cybersecurity. I'm sad to hear about your injury, of course. Andre says, what's going on right now? Well, we're kind of ping-ponging from talking about cybersecurity topics to doing some web app pen testing stuff. Where is my machine? IP address. Here it is. Okay, let's copy that. And okay, so let's talk about what's going on. IT to cybersecurity. That's a pretty common what is the word? Pipeline. Persona management says Meshtastic runs on low. Yeah, so it's like a low energy something network, right? Sick in the Mind says VAPT has nothing to do with OffSec as the company. VAPT is a term from auditing companies named vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. Yeah, I don't know about this topic. And thank you very much for subscribing, El Hadi Pasha. Thank you. Bottom part of the spectrum. What are we talking about? Tro off edits. Hello, nice to see you here. And Mimi Codes. Hello. I love your switch from ESL to cyber. That's really awesome. Well, I mean, I like teaching and I like cybersecurity, so I decided to become a cybersecurity teacher. It's kind of like a intersection of both worlds. Okay, how did you learn cybersecurity and how long ago? I've been at this for about almost 6 years. I'm alive every day. Alive is a good day. That is true. How do we solve the side quest? I haven't really done the side quest yet. I'm not too sure when we're going to get around to it. Oh, okay. Radio spectrum. What is the name of the thing? What does it stand for? LORI. What is ESL? ESL is English as a second language. I was teaching ESL in Asia. for a good number of years before I decided to go into cybersecurity. Laura, right? Laura is the name of the thing. So you're a professor of some sorts in the cybersecurity field. I mean, this is what I'm aiming to do. I'm trying. Well, I mean, I don't have like a doctorate or anything. I'm just trying to. I learned a lot of basic cybersecurity concepts, and I'm trying to develop some courses teaching people how to get into cybersecurity by exposing them to a bunch of different disciplines inside of cybersecurity. So stuff like web app hacking or cryptography or programming, all this good stuff, so that people can decide if they like cybersecurity, and if they like cybersecurity, which specialization they want to go into. Okay, becoming fluent in German. Hope you're, yeah, I mean, German's a pretty cool language. Okay, let's, man, feels like I'm, so I think what we need to do is we need to do our, what is it called? We need to do our brute force attack, but we need to go slower. The reason why the FFUF command didn't work, or it eventually like knocked over the server, is because we sent too many requests too quickly. So what we need to do is we need to make it slower. So FFUF has like a threads. Number of concurrent threads default 40. So maybe we can divide this by 2 and we can try again. PC or laptop? I'm on a PC. Thank you very much. HW Manoj, thank you. 0 days left. I have 3 years of developer experience with Python. I left my developer job to prep for cybersecurity, and then I passed the Security Plus exam. Did TryHackMe Home Labs, but not able to get a job. So 0 days left. Do you live 0 days left? Do you live in like a big city, or do you live near a big city? Whisper Dev says, "How do you feel about AI shaping the developer space?" I think eventually it'll settle out, but it's kind of in flux right now. We need to figure out exactly where it's all going to settle out, and then we can move forward from there. So Gilberto Hernandez asks, where did you teach? I mean English. I taught English in Asia, in let's see, Japan, South Korea, and China. It was a fun experience. I was able to do like a number of years out there. I lived out there, and it was very interesting getting a new perspectives on living in different countries. Okay. So we're going to do 20 threads instead of 40, and we'll see if this this thing knocks over again. I'm from India, in a metropolitan city. Oh, interesting. So if you live in a metropolitan city, okay, I need to not do some. Okay, we need to filter on size 59. So Gilberto Hernandez says -P for delay between requests. I mean, is that a lot different from setting the number of threads? Because I'm not too sure which one is going to get the job done eventually. But thank you very much for the advice, Gilberto. Thank you. Okay, Sick in the Mind says it's hard to gauge. It could be a number of things depending on the job that you're looking for or applying for. How well structured your resume is, and not having significant research before applying. So who were we talking to? We're talking to 0 days left. So 0 days left. If you live near like a big metropolitan city, I would suggest making friends in the local cybersecurity community. If you've got some good connections, then the people in the cybersecurity community should be able to recommend a job to you. The thing is that you need to become you need to get a good reputation inside of your local cybersecurity community. Sandra DD says, rate JavaScript language for web hacking. JavaScript? Well, I mean, JavaScript is It's pretty good for understanding how specific types of web app vulnerabilities arise. So stuff like cross-site scripting, especially. I think it fell over. Dang it! This thing fell over again. Red Exile says, missed it. Is he in school? Ooh, who are we talking? Red Exile, are we talking about somebody specific? I guess the other thing we could do is we could give the pause between the things. Sick of the Mind says, if you can swing by Nulcon, India, recommend networking there. Yeah, the other place to do a lot of social networking is conventions, or conferences, rather. I think that they're called. So, I mean, what I would do is I would go to do some searching. So whatever big city you live near, you can search for, I don't know, cyber security meetup, and then plug in your name here. So, I mean, for example, if you live near Delhi, is that how you spell it? Then we've got a bunch of different groups. So Delhi Cybersecurity for Control Systems. They probably have a bunch of cybersecurity events in like major cities as well. You want to make sure to attend those events and make friends. Okay, missed my comment. Sorry, there are a lot of chat messages coming in. Okay, so Tahad Hui, nice to see you here. Is cybersecurity hard? I'm studying for a bachelor's degree in computer science first year, and everybody's telling me there are no jobs. I'm really sorry to hear that, but the tech industry in general is experiencing a lot of hardship, mostly because of like doom news about like AI stuff. Okay, so reality is a dream. We're all in. Oh, okay. All right. I think we might have to call it pretty soon. But wow. Thank you very much to everybody who's watching on YouTube. So many people on YouTube who are new to the stream. Thank you. Hold on. So let's talk about what the schedule is going to be like for this week. So it's Wednesday today, of course, and it's yeah. So it is Christmas Eve. We're going to be doing the next stream on Boxing Day, so the day after Christmas. Friday where I am, it might not be Friday where you are. It's probably going to be Saturday where a lot of people are. We're going to be doing some TryHackMe. And I'm pretty sure we're going to be doing a lot of coding on Friday. So we're going to be doing Advent of Code. We're going to be... Do I know lucid dreaming? Lucid dreaming is... Yeah, it's taking control of your dream while you're dreaming. Red XL asks, how often do you stream? So we stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So for example... Okay, let me grab the schedule over here. So for example, we've got a schedule here. And we also have a Discord if you want to join the Discord community. Persona Management says it is bringing a bunch of subscribers this year. Thank you. Yeah, I very much appreciate it. Okay, so jobs are there, but you need experience, and without job experience, I think study, work on your portfolio, and hone your skills. You don't necessarily need to buy a bunch of like expensive certifications to get hired, but you do need to know your stuff and to know some good people. GredXT, 80 people on YouTube, no wonder chat is flying by. Cypher says most of us probably won't live to be particularly old. I don't know about that. You try to be optimistic about the future as much as you can. FV, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so yeah, we're going to be doing a bunch of coding probably in the first part of the Friday stream, which is going to be on the 26th. It's the 27th for a lot of you people in Europe and in Asia. And then we're going to be doing some demos. So we're going to be doing some reverse engineering. So this is a really fun specialty of cybersecurity that I really like. Eventually, I'd like to be able to teach a little course on reverse engineering, but we're going to be doing a lot of demos. It's going to be on PicoCTF, and then we're going to be doing some cloud hacking labs. So a lot of people don't know about cloud hacking, but everybody's web applications are hosted in the cloud these days. And if you know how to do some hacking against cloud services, it can really, really help you get a job in web app hacking. There are also like specialized roles for people who do cloud security testing. Yeah, cloud hacking is meta AF. And if you want to get ahead of the curve, we're going to be hacking on this website right here. It's called pwnedlabs.io. And there's a lot of paid stuff on pwnedlabs.io, but there's a lot of free stuff too. Here's the link. But I really like this service. It's if you know Hack the Box, Pwned Labs was apparently created by somebody who was developing stuff for Hack the Box and decided to do their own thing. I really like the website so far, and yeah, we're gonna be doing that on Friday for the last thing. But anyways, let's talk about who we're going to be raiding into. So if you're looking for more people who do InfoSec streams like I do, there is this website right here called infosecstreams.com. And it's filled with a bunch of people who do hacking, or who do hacking and cybersecurity content on Twitch and on YouTube. And along with myself, there is GoPro Slowyo, who has another fun cybersecurity channel. Let's see what they're up to. Okay, so it is for a certain audience. Interesting. Let's see what they're doing. Looks like they're playing Factorio. Not exactly the hacking content I was looking for. Oh, yeah. So they're playing Factorio. Let me see if there's somebody doing some programming related topics or something on Twitch. Not too many people on right now. Okay, let's raid into GoPro Slowyo. Alright everybody, when you arrive on his channel, if you could please advent, yeah. Well, I mean, we were working on Advent, but it's getting pretty late over here. But yeah, if you want to do the same room I was doing, this is it over here. Okay, so when you arrive on GoPro Slowyo's channel, if you could give this message right here, let's see, was it OSFrog, Hip Hop Hack, OSFrog? I would really appreciate it. Okay, let's go ahead and start that raid. What is his Twitch? Here it is. Okay, yeah, thank you very much to everybody who tuned in today, and thank you very much to everybody who participated in chat. It was it was a heck of a time trying to keep up with the quick chat messages, but I am very, very thankful. So everybody have a happy holiday and Merry Christmas wherever you are. Happy New Year if I don't see you between now and then. And drop the Twitch. Oh yeah. So if you want to raid in along with us, this is the channel we're going to, and our actual channel for Twitch is www.twitch.tv the Shy Hat. This one right here. Okay, everybody, thank you very much. And yeah, hope to see you on Friday. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Merry Christmas, everybody.